Boop, boop, boop. Testing. Hi, everybody. Where am I typing? Oh, I see. Where? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was making a Twitter post to announce the stream. And I don't normally hear myself typing because it comes in through the mic and I don't monitor the mic normally. Right now, I've been testing the Twitch stream, so I have the audio on. And I just turned off the audio because it's too hard to talk while hearing yourself talk. So yeah, that typing is just going to be part of the stream, I guess, because it's a nice mic. I guess the problem is that the keyboard is exactly directly behind it, so side rejection isn't working. Okay, so what I said on, wait, why is the webcam 4:3? Shouldn't it be 16:9? Isn't this a 16:9 webcam? I don't know how to get the webcam properties. I don't think I've even installed the properties for it. It's an old webcam. It's probably operating in its non-HD mode. So it's probably just the same thing. Is this the using Parabogmanson style struct API? Yes, this is in fact the struct API. I'm not even sure the struct API makes that much sense. I guess that's something we can talk about. So what I announced on Twitter, it's not Twitter, but Blue Sky. What I announced on Blue Sky, let me announce it on Twitter too, even though I don't ever use Twitter, and I guess Mastodon. Let's cut and paste the Blue Sky one. Blue Sky. So Twitter. Mastodon. is this not turning into a hyperlink on Mastodon? Let's recut, paste the URL. Why is Mastodon not turning it into a link? Or does it just not show? Weird. What is chat been saying? Chat doesn't have to tell you. I'll explain it. It's a fine little topic of conversation. I mean, unless you don't want to stick around for about 10 minutes, which is when I'll start talking. What is my Mastodon? Nothings, NOTHINGS, at gamedev.place. Hey, Bear. Oh, I should just type this in chat. I always forget. I'm so out of practice, but I don't think I even ever did it right in general. Yeah, I guess I did. I think the problem is I cut and pasted from Blue Sky, so when I cut and pasted it, it stripped it from the display. Twitter not even showing my own tweet. But if Twitter did it right, I don't know. It's weird. TLSF. Oh, I guess I looked at it a little bit way back when. I mean, I don't know how old it is now. It's not that old, right? Is it only last year or 2024? Yeah. No, that's this Vulcan one. Okay, yeah. It is old. Like all papers, it doesn't have a date. I hate that. Come on, people, put a date on your papers. Like the official, actual, like, paper. Anyway, yeah, I think I looked at it some time ago, but I don't remember what I thought of it, and I don't remember any of the details now. I haven't thought about memory managers in quite a while. Okay. I want to see if I can find my LED lights. Although the lighting isn't that bad. But this is just one overhead light. They're around here someplace, but so how do you pop this out? I forget how you pop it out. How do you pop out chat in Twitch? Just wondering if the screening test is in preparation for anything in particular. It is, and I will start talking about it in about 5 minutes. But basically, I'm going to try to go back to programming streaming, as I did around 10 years ago. Where's X collapses? That's community. There's no icon. gear icon next to the purple chat. Oh, down here. Thank you, whoever you are, because you have a yellow name and I have a white background, so I can't see it. Well, the gear icon is the settings. Is there a pop out somewhere in here? There used to be okay, there it is. Used to be possible to pop out much simpler, but okay. Now, oh right, I gotta stop watching the stream because that's just confusing me with the latency. So everything seems to be working, so it's that. Okay, for now, we'll do this. Where should I be looking? There we go. Okay. This is not my final layout, but you know, we can get something going. We should. I guess I don't need to be that big, right? You know, is it important to see me that much? Just want a sense of me being a person. So probably like that. Probably want to have turn it. Oh, I gotta lock that. Ugh. Come on, stop moving. There we go. Lock. No, stop. Zoom out. There we go. Why is it, if it's locked, why did it let me move it? Is that not what lock does? OBS lock? No, it still lets me move it. What is the point of the OBS lock icon? I'd love to have something that means prevent me from dragging this. Yeah, y'all are welcome to have debug mode, all you like. I grew up on reading on paper and white backgrounds. Are most websites still? No, I guess only if your website is like my website. What's our viewer count? Ooh, pushing 100. Oh, I don't even know how big it ever got back in the day. So we're coming up on 12:30. And that's when I'll start talking. It's just, and maybe a tiny bit of programming actually. That will be interesting. So yeah, this is supposed to be the stream testing. So how is the quality of the video? What video mode do you even get out of this? Because I'm not a quality auto. 1080p, okay. I was wondering if I'd even get 1080p. I am streaming at 1080p because I assume it won't let me stream at 1440. Because I thought that was like a partners only kind of thing. Does anyone know if that's true or not? Because I could stream at 1440 if chat appearance, readable colors. Thank you. Because I never used Twitch that seriously, and it's been almost 10 years since I used it a lot. But somebody asked when the last time I streamed was, and it wasn't actually that long ago. It was a couple years ago. I streamed some of my work on doing the edited music, where the music it becomes a different time signature. No, maybe I didn't stream that. Maybe I did that offline actually. So yeah, last time I streamed was probably 5 or more years ago. OBBG was back in 2017, I think. And I may have streamed a little bit since then. There were some occasional things. What was I looking for? Yeah, the voxel engine was OBBG. Chat appearance, relatable colors. Chat appearance. I don't see a chat appearance. Oh, chat appearance. There it is. Readable. Why is this weirdly cropped? Do I need to grow this horizontally? Yeah. Okay. Readable colors. There we go. I see. It just darkens them. Okay. I gotta figure out where I'm going to read this. Okay, yeah, I'm going to read it on this one. So this one, go to. So one thing is that in all my old stuff, I archived it onto YouTube, but then the chat wasn't visible. So I think I want to keep the chat on screen, and I can do that through OBS, I guess, with one of those plugins that shows the chat, and that might make more sense. But for today, I'm going to just put it here so that it's easy for me to read it, so I don't have to look over to a second screen to read it. Because right now my streaming machine that's with the streaming OBS is, I have to turn really far to look at it, and that's just going to be too awkward for a chat heavy session like today. Did I not actually readable guys? I did do it. I didn't see it change the way I saw it change on my live screen. You got a stream a few years back. Yeah, I think I did something, but I don't remember what it was. It worked. I've lost context for okay. How frequently are you playing on stream? Yeah. So yeah, it's the time. OpenCL voxel stream. I've never used OpenCL in my life, so maybe you meant OpenGL. All right, we're at 120 viewers, so I can't imagine there's a lot more people coming. I mean, people who see it late, but I didn't pre-announce this stream because it's really just meant to be a test. I wish I had pre-announced it, because then I guess I can upload it to YouTube. Okay, so let's get started. I'm going to assume you know who I am. If you don't, wait, why is my... Oh, right, because I shrunk it, but then I never grew everything else to compensate. Oh, God, I got to remember which screen to look at. Okay, there. Use that mouse, but look at this screen to get this positioning right. I'm looking at OBS window on another... Come on, grab the edge. Looking at the OBS window on from another computer, looking at my mouse on the dev computer. There we go. Okay. There we go. Nice and tight. The compute share voxel rendering. Right, yeah, I gave the talk about how that worked. Yeah, that was probably my most recent stream. Okay. Show it as subtitles on YouTube. Oh, that's one. So here's the deal. Like I said, I'm not going to explain who I am because I assume you all know, since you found out about it through my thing. Feel free to ask questions. Let's see if I can remember what my point is for being here. Did I write it down anywhere? No. All right. So a long time ago, 2017-ish maybe, I released a library April 1st called STB Voxel Render, which helped you render voxel games. Hi, Fur. Yeah. Right, Fur is one of the... Fur Roy in chat is one of the oldest internet people I know now, because I knew him back in the Mud days when he was part of Team Cthulhu. And that predates me knowing even Casey and John Blow and people like that. But of course, he and I, he's saying it's been a while, but we have, of course, have stayed in contact on social media. Although you know, we've never met or anything. Anyway, so it's just funny. It's like I don't know him that well, but you know, I know people like John Blow and Casey a lot better, but it is a weird long-term relationship. Yeah, and Sludge. You know, I had a mud language I'd written called Sludge, and the Team Cthulhu were trying to use it for their very ambitious text mud. And I had released it as quote unquote open source, although we didn't call it that yet, by posting it to comp sources, whatever. And I don't think anyone ever used it, except Team Cthulhu did. Anyway, all right, so I released STB Voxel Render and that trailer. That was a pretty big project. And around that time was Handmade Hero. And so there was kind of this push, this idea from Handmade Hero that I think Casey had said about that part of the way he had learned to be a good programmer was by watching other good programmers. And so part of what the point of Handmade Hero is, are my glasses crooked? Part of the point of Handmade Hero was to sort of let people look over your shoulder as you programmed, to try to help encourage a new generation, because as we all know, there's this whole nightmare of terrible modern programmers who don't understand how good machines are and stuff. So I said, well, let me do something like that. And so what I started doing is I started this project, OBBG, which is a reference, it's a in-joke that nobody will ever get, Open Block Building Game, but that was a backronym, sort of semi-backronym from OBBG, which was sort of a pun on a different thing that nobody knows about. And why is this not updated? Okay, it's the same one ever was. Now, if I close my Twitch window, does the chat pop out close too? I feel like it does. I'd rather not spend the CPU on the streaming. I guess I need to do the IRC thing. Connection failed, certificate has expired. I guess I need to update HexChat. The pop-out will stay open. All right. If it doesn't, obviously I can just restart, so it's not a problem. Okay, good, great, thank you. Where was I? Right, so I started doing this OBBG project, and the intent was never to really ship a game. It was like, you know, I called it open because, yeah, it was all open source. It's all on GitHub. But it was never, I was just kind of playing around. And part of it was, the pitch was to exercise yeah, no, I never saw Plexus. I didn't realize you'd been doing that. So OBPG was really make work. Like, I didn't really expect it to go anywhere, although if it had, it would have been fine. And it was just an excuse to stream something to show, to give, to offer an opportunity for people to learn by watching somebody programming. So, and you know, part of the idea is like, I make mistakes just like anybody. I'm not obviously not perfect, but you know, that's one of the lessons that people take away from it. It's like, oh, this person isn't a godlike machine. They make dumb mistakes, and have to work through them and get stuck for 2 hours and, you know, whatever. You know, which is something I try to do on my social media as well. Every time I catch myself having done a dumb mistake, I try to kind of document it to help people know. Like, that's just how it is. Plus, social media is just your excuse to gripe, you know, publicly, as long as your followers are tolerant of it. Anyway, so, and you know, one of the other things about me doing OBBG is that my style is very different from Casey's. And I kind of felt like the whole Casey thing of the crazy, like the reload, the memory structuring and all that stuff was so weird and unusual, unique, atypical, that I thought maybe showing somebody doing something a little more normal, obviously with my own quirks like VC6, that might be good. Oh, it's so weird. I can't see myself. except if I look over here. Oh, that's so horrible. I'm going to have to move to where the monitors are here for the next stream. Anyway, not seeing a lot of questions here. Yeah, we'll talk about the code in a little bit. So that time when I streamed, it was largely an exercise in trying to. Oh, and I one thing I said once is it's also sort of like it's a corpus of data for researchers who want to watch someone program and see how they make mistakes and how often they make mistakes and stuff like that. Not that anyone is necessarily going to use it for that. Maybe there's somebody out there looking for that data and they'll never find my version of it. But it's there. And so all of that stuff is archived on YouTube. I'm not saying you should watch it, but it is there if you want to watch it. But like I said, the motivation was therefore primarily to share it. And, one thing that happened is I discovered, my programming rate goes down a lot when I stream because I feel obligated to talk to people. But because it was make work, it didn't really matter that it got slow. And so I kind of played into that. Somebody asked how what Casey did is different and why, and it's been too long. I haven't watched a Hand-Married Hero stream since whatever 8-10 years ago when they started. So I couldn't tell you. I think I used SDL for SDL2 maybe for OBBG. Right, so it was just sort of trying to be mainstream. Like, one thing is that Casey doesn't like to use any libraries, and I don't like to use any libraries. But the reason I don't like to use any libraries is because I can't get them to compile in VC6, so I have to make the libraries myself. I'm fine with using libraries if they're good libraries, which is why then I used SDL. Yeah, and I used Malloc and Gallic and all that stuff. Thank you, Ethan. So, all right. So that was why I streamed 8-10 years ago. So, in the very end of 2000, the January 1st, 2001, Rad Game Tools was acquired by Epic. And I, in hindsight, I probably should have just quit immediately. But I tried to tough it out and work for Epic. I didn't. The idea of like compiling on the Unreal Engine and running the Unreal Engine is just so antithetical to how I do workflow that. Oh, right, camera. I can look at the camera because I can't look at myself anyway. So why not look at the camera? That's kind of. I don't know how people learn to do that. But I did a couple things that were good at Epic, but then last June, I quit Epic, and so I haven't been gainfully employed for about a year. I mean, half a year. And I've been noodling at different stuff. And we'll look at least one of the things here, maybe more, and so I decided part of the problem is, I'll get motivated to program, work on some game stuff for game engine stuff for a little while. And then I flip to a different project. This is the eternal indie game dev problem. And, I was like, I thought about streaming now and then, and I was like, well, I didn't stream while I was at Epic. I didn't know if that was appropriate. I think I did. Maybe I did actually. Maybe I did the voxel compute shader voxel stream, and so my plan now is to maybe, no promises, that I will try streaming programming my indie game stuff and see if that helps me stay motivated, at least to do it on stream. Maybe I won't be any more motivated to do it off stream, but at least some stuff will get done. Because there's this sort of ambiguity. Maybe I'm retired, maybe I'm not retired. I don't know. I just quit the job, and I have a lot of money, but I don't know if I really have enough money to survive on till I die. Probably, but who knows? And I could start a Patreon for STB, or I guess GitHub. You could actually take donations through GitHub. So I could try to do that with the STB stuff, but I'm still haven't gotten caught up on STB, and I don't want to do that. But so the plan is I'll try streaming, and we'll see how they go, if I enjoy it, if it helps, and if all goes well, I will more regularly stream more and more. If all goes well, no promises here, I could imagine maybe a peak of Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Maybe what I do is something like Monday and Wednesday do indie game stuff, and Friday do STB stuff. And the idea that the STB stuff is boring as shit. Okay, which is why I never do it. Because I'm not developing new features. I'm fixing bugs, but more than fixing bugs, I'm triaging bug reports, finding dupes, integrating pull requests and testing them. A lot of this stuff is very easy and doesn't take that long, but it's just totally demotivating. And so doing it on stream maybe will make it easier. So if I will not do any STB streaming at first, but if I can get to doing it with some amount of frequency, then I'll start slipping in some STB streaming to get that going. I don't think it's it. Somebody said right, you can see it now. Oh, this is so different. Freak says some of us want to see. To be honest, I don't know that maintenance is even that interesting. I can't imagine it's useful, but it'll be there. The plan is, as with the previous one, to archive all streams on YouTube. Right now, if I set everything up, we won't know till the test is done. I am streaming to Twitch at 1080p, but I'm recording at 1440p. In fact, let me check what the processor usage is on this machine. 2%. Okay, on the streaming machine is using 2%. Who knows what it's using of the video. No, don't close OBS. Do I have, what's the focus right? No, I don't have the hardware monitor installed to let me see what the GPU utilization is. Gosh, I totally lost my train of thought. The STB stuff. Yeah. So the plan, it's not a plan. The hope is that I might eventually be at 8 hours a day, 3 days a week. Who knows? Because I did do really long streams in the past, because I'm comfortable with that. Once I get in the zone, I just stay in the zone and keep doing it. So that's there. Somebody said you might find a wider audience from talking on that. I haven't even read the rest of it. I'll catch up in a second, but I want to comment. My goal here is not to have an audience. Like I said, the goal is to stream, is that observation that it seemed like it was kind of motivating in the past. So I'm going to see if it helps me stay on that. Because so I was starting to say this because I'm semi-retired. And so one thing is that I kind of just slip into watching videos and other stuff all the time. And I'll program now and then when I feel like it. But for example, I would go in bursts and I would get a lot of stuff done. But then in the last 2 or 3 weeks, I just haven't programmed at all. And it's just, kind of annoying, and I don't know how to motivate it. So this is an attempt at motivating, and I think it's going to work, and that's why I'm describing what I hope to go to. If I didn't think it was going to work, I wouldn't say all that. I'm not promising, and I'm not even saying it's a plan. It's just a hope, but it's plausible to me. Um, so I don't care about reaching a wider audience at all. I don't want to influence my content at all, because what I want to do is program, not spend a lot of time chatting. And so actually the larger the audience is, probably the worse it is. So I think I want to keep it focused on that. So now let me actually read what the person said in the chat, because I don't want to blame them for saying something that they didn't mean. Okay, I'm not sure. Oh, going on to the stand-up. Yeah, I don't care about that kind of stuff at all. I like Casey is kind of shifting into being an influencer instead of a programmer. I mean, I'm sure he's still programming on its own, but it's a weird other space. By the way, I got to pitch the Casey talk, the oop, whatever. So somebody will remember it in chat. Somebody will link to it in chat. Thank you for whoever that is in advance. Boy, that was a great talk. I'm a little disconnected from Casey politically at this point. We haven't followed each other on social media at all. And that title really made me think like, oh, is this just going to be another object orientation rant? And instead it is this very good, well-researched deep dive into what eventually became, spoiler, what eventually became entity component systems, like the similar ideas in the very early history of programming. It's an amazing talk. I really recommend it. I'm I'm still reading through some way back chat. So Lenny, I'm glad you got that value from OPBG. Someone asked me if I've been following AI products. Yeah, I don't believe in vibe coding. I think it's terrible. I think all AI is terrible. It's all built on a copyright infringement. And you could kind of debate that because, they learn the same way humans learn, by seeing other stuff. But since the goal is pretty explicitly to take away jobs from people in the end, it's a very Luddite reaction, but the Luddite reaction here is like, this is bad stuff being done for, the bad moral goal. And unlike, the buggy whip manufacturers who got put out of business by the automobile, like, it's not really an improvement over having humans do the work. It's, as far as I know, always a drawback right now. But even if we got to the point where it's an improvement, it's kind of weird. I certainly can't imagine vibe coding video games. But anyway, I don't want to debate AI. And in fact, I'm not going to. If you're pro AI, you can make all the pro AI comments you want in my chat, and you're not going to get banned. But I'm not going to engage with you seriously. Somebody was pitching some other stuff I could do, but of course that kind of all flies in the face of it. People linked to that Casey video, The Big Oops, an anatomy of a 35-year mistake. Quick random question about Terra Nova. Yeah, that's fine, and I'll read it in a second. I think I've caught up with all the chat. Yeah, it's in the hindsight, it's like the Luddites were onto something, weren't they? Yeah, and obviously I staked out a much more quote-unquote woke position than Casey and John. The whole John Blow situation, I just don't understand it. I don't understand how he can praise Trump. Is that sarcasm? I don't understand it. He's always been libertarian and a little leaning misogynist, but the Trump thing was really unexpected. And people have said he's posted anti-trans stuff, which I'm very confused by, since he's employed women and, as far as I know, employed trans people. But again, not a referendum on John Blow or Casey here. Just wanted to give that context. So if anyone's expecting anything else, and somebody brought it up, Marcos Don brought up the social media stuff. Am I missing? Whenever chat goes idle, I always start thinking I'm missing something. Okay. Where's all my, let's check what if I got any important replies on Blue Sky. 8 notifications. All the other stuff, so we don't care. And then there's this OBS window, which we don't need anymore. My email program, let's make this smaller. Let's save our desktop. Yes, okay. All right, so I explained what the goal of the stream is, or of the plan for the Pope for the series of streams that I may be doing, hopefully. And gosh, I keep forgetting to make eye contact with the camera. I guess I'm just not going to. I'm not going to make eye contact with the camera. It's not going to be that kind of stream. That's fine, because I'm getting in the habit for the programming streams, and that's not going to be, I'm going to try to remember to look frequently. It'll be the same as OBBG. I'll try to pay attention to the chat, but there will be times when I spend 5 minutes trying to debug something and somebody in chat has already figured it out and posted it, and I just never look over chat. I know that's totally a nightmare, but okay, so I'll come back to the Terra Nova question. No, I'll just do the Terra Nova question real quick. Were the units in that using voxels at all? I'm not sure what you mean by the units in there. I assume you just mean the code. The units, do you mean the characters? Yeah, yeah. It's just a lot of sprites on a skeleton that changes based on orientation. So yeah, every limb was its own sprite, and the sprite was a multi-view sprite with, the rotations just around this axis. So, maybe there were 16 for the left thigh, and 16 for the right thigh, and 16 for the left, whatever you call the lower leg, and etc. And so for every limb, there was that multi-view bitmap, and maybe there was some up and down tilting. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, it was a very unique thing. Whatever happened to that C compiler you were writing at RAD? So I started writing that at RAD, and then I got pulled into working on Oodle after Oodle compression blew up. Because Oodle was a product we'd been shipping for a while, and then we had Kraken compression, and suddenly it went big, and so I started getting pulled into Oodle, helping on the Oodle texture stuff. I think that was up until we got acquired by Epic. I don't remember exactly. I think so. So then we got acquired by Epic. The preprocessor that I'd written for that. So the preprocessor was a full preprocessor. There was actually a sort of separate little STB lib in the preprocessor. When you have a pound if, you have to be able to evaluate all the basic math, not like square root calls, but you can multiply and add and divide and mod and or. You can write all those arithmetic expressions and float. I don't remember if it's float or not. Yeah, it must be float, because you must be able to if def on a float thing. Nah, I don't remember. Anyway, so yeah, there was that whole system for that, and that was all working, right? That was what the first thing I wrote on that, and that was all working, and it was reasonably fast, and it was text to text. Like most modern preprocessors actually generate tokens. Like they'll have a mode to generate text, but they default to mode generating tokens. Anyway, somebody at Epic was trying to work on shader optimization, shader performance stuff. And one thing, the problem that they had is some shaders were effectively duplicates that they didn't detect. And so they wanted to fully run the preprocessor to help with the duplicate detection. And the preprocessor that they had tried to use wasn't thread friendly. So somebody there took my thing, fixed the bugs that were outstanding in it, and they actually use that now in Unreal Engine for processing shaders. They run that through that preprocessor that I wrote. Um, yeah, and then there was no demand for it. Like the demand for it originally had been that Jeff and I felt like having a compiler that we knew what uh, how it would exploit or not exploit uh, undefined behavior and um, uh, and such. Um, would be nice, but it would be ambitious, but it also like opened up some other opportunities for optimization. Like there's this old thing in the 90s when I was on the internet and comp compilers, and people talked about performance hinting. In old C, there's actually a register keyword that you could tag variables with, and it would cause them to stay in a register, and they're still inline. And the active compiler developers on compilers kind of seem to come to an agreement, which is that performance hints are bad because your code lives for a long time and the performance hints become wrong over time due to changes in the code or due to changes in the uh, environment, like you port to a new platform or whatever. And so there was this, and that seems to have borne out. Like the most you get is like a underscore assert or something like that that lets you just kind of make a generic assertion that the optimizer can know about. And I know somebody from Valve, Jay Stelly, like once pitched that, like, sometimes they would go into the game and they would tweak the code until they saw there were no um, spills, which is when it can't fit all the variables into registers, so it spills a variable into the stack. And so he was talking about how they would take their inner loops and they would tweak them until that was true. And then, a year later, the compiler would have been updated and changed, and now it no longer, and now it had spills again. And it would be nice, he said, if you could hint to the compiler, like, or even not just hint, but assert, like, there must be no spills in this code. And that's very antithetical to that pitch from the 90s compilers. But it's clear that in video games, one of the things we do is we do drop to assembly. Or if we don't drop to assembly, we drop to, uh, you know, SIMD, code and stuff like that, which is kind of nearly assembly or whatever. And certainly when you start looking at those spills and stuff like that, the point there is that, like, the analysis of that, the way this stuff changes over time and such may be true for most apps, but certainly for games, like if you're at the point where you're going to drop down to inline assembly if the compiler doesn't do what you want, then you're in a position where clearly maintaining the hints is better than maintaining assembly. So where was I going with that? What was the point of all that? Hints, compiler hints. Oh, and so that was sort of our motivation when we were doing it, was like, let's make a thing where it's a little more predictable and we can trust that it's going to do what we want. And it was kind of a pie in the sky thing, and I don't know how, if that was too ambitious or what. But that's all code owned by Epic now. I have sort of restarted it. I don't want to write another preprocessor. That was a nightmare. Maybe I can get them to release the other one as open source. Maybe I can just use somebody else's preprocessor that's already open source. So I may work on it. I have an interesting idea for why it would be interesting, what use it might have, instead of the Jeff and I really want to be able to program in C. It's only a C compiler, not a C++ compiler, so obviously its utility is limited, but I do have an idea where it might be useful. I don't think it would ever be actually managed to break into the market that I'm thinking about, but it could be neat. But I'm not going to talk about that until it's a lot further along, if it is ever further along. What do you think about all those C killer languages that are spreading here and there? What languages are those? Are we talking about like Zig? Or are we talking about some other thing that I haven't heard of yet? Ziggin, what's the other one? Odin, yeah, Zig and Odin. I think of Zig and Odin as Jai, Jai, as Jai copycats, which is not necessarily fair or true, but because they sort of started after Jai or became public after Jai at least, and had a lot of had some ideas in common with them. It was hard not to see them that way. So I never really investigated them at all. I never really even thought of them as C replacements. Rust, obviously, I did. Who was it who actually asked that? Marcos. He has not actually offered any others. C3 and Hair. I don't know either of those. So yeah, I don't have any interesting opinions on all those. Okay, was there a question that I skipped? I don't think so. Turnover. Yeah, okay, so now we can finally address some of those early questions about what's going on in this code. So this is, as people said, it's Per. I'm so sorry, Per. I just cannot remember how to pronounce your last name. Vogson? I'm just going to sound it out. This idea he had for making your system API, your platform API, be a struct. And in VC6, which I still use, which we can also talk about, what does that emote mean? Oh, it's just a smiley face. Okay, good. And the weird Twitch robot? Is that a robot? What is it? It's just a weird thing. Is it supposed to be a robot? Does anybody know? Because the ears are these, like, it doesn't quite look cartoony, and it's gray. But I mean, it looks cartoony, but it's like, it doesn't look like a cartoon human because of like the ears. Oh, is that not even the default? Is that like, you do think it's a robot? Is that like something parents are like, what is the default? I'll have the default. Yeah, okay, that is the default. Yes, this is Windows 7 and VC6. What was I starting to talk about? And then I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, pairs. So this is an idea Pair had. Let's find fiber. This is actually code from Pair. So the whole system for the pumping events is done in a separate fiber. I have no idea. I would never have known how to code any of this. I had no idea why or how it works. I just cut and pasted it from Pair. So but because that's in a fiber, then that means that while you're running the main thread. So what was the point of this? The point of this is it prevents you from having to drive the loop the normal way. It allows you to call from the main into the library, the platform library, and say pump events instead of it being a callback. So it's just a tiny bit cleaner, but it's not a lot of code to do it. So that was nice. Handles modal loop on resize. Right, that's the bad one, is that when you drag a resize, like that becomes a modal loop. And I guess, yeah, I suppose this fixes that. It's been so long since I got that from Pear. And Pear, correct me if it wasn't you who I got that from. I'm pretty sure it was you. But and so then the big thing here, of course, is the platform API. Now, this is not actually cross-platform. If I ever release something that needs to be cross-platform, someone can do the port. Here's the thing. Oh, yeah. So the idea is that the API that you're using for your platform, like an SDL type thing, typically has a bunch of function calls. You have function calls to send stuff to the API, and you have function calls to pull stuff from the API. So like, you get events from the API, which could be pull or push. Let's ignore the distinction between the API calls your callbacks and stuff. Is there a link to that? It was like a gist that Pear had back in the day. And since he's on here, maybe he can link to it. I guess I'll have to make a FAQ for the restarting thing, so that I don't have to repeat all of the stuff we've talked about in the last half hour. But anyway, so here's some of that struct. That is, instead of all the function calls to access all this data, it's all lives in a big struct. Anything you might query from the API, like you might query from the API, hey, is the left shift down? And you might query, what's the screen size? And anything you might query, pretty much, is instead in this struct. It's just passed to you. You take control for the frame, and it's just already computed everything you might need to know. And I don't remember how Pear exactly pitched this, if this was also part of the pitch, but then all of the changes you want to make to the stuff, like you want to resize the screen, you do that through the struct as well, just for symmetry. There's no good reason to do it that way. It's done for symmetry. But also, I guess there is a good reason, which is that all of it now happens at the end of the frame. Like you say, oh, change my resolution, but it's not actually going to happen until the next time you call. And that's maybe bad in one sense, but it's good in the sense that, like, it kind of keeps all the code clean. The metaphor is state synchronization. Are you, Pear, are you replying to what I just said, or are you talking about the fiber stuff? I assume you're talking about what I'm saying, and that the point is that then there's this, from your code's perspective, there's a single point where everything, all of the platform stuff happens. Yeah, you're synchronizing the state structure with the implicit platforms. So, I don't remember when Pear described that, but I immediately tried it. I immediately went and built this thing. And as you can see, it's a pretty big struct. A lot of it still isn't implemented because I basically, not a lot, some of this stuff still isn't implemented because I basically implement it when I need it. So for example, I don't have the ability for the game to resize the screen. There's fields in here, and if you write into those fields, you're requesting a screen size change. And then there's no code to detect that you changed it and update it. And that's just because I only implemented the stuff I actually used. I mean, I implemented some other stuff, but for the most part, I only implemented the stuff I used. But it's there and ready to go if I decide I need it. Like if I ever shipped a game with this stuff, I would start needing to do stuff like, have a real option screen where you can, do input remapping, and in there it ought to have a toggle between full screen and non-full screen. And so this now needs to become, this thing here now needs to become. So right now, a lot of these fields are used, but they're only used at initialization. And I just need to actually change them to check if the value has changed, and if it has changed, to then do whatever computation is needed to update. But it turns out, unfortunately, there's a bug, but it turns out this is really magical for VC6, because in VC6, I can't type SDL, I don't even know what the functions are named anymore, but display and then hit a key or something and get an autocomplete showing me all of the functions named that. But I can type AP dot mouse, oops, I missed, AP.mouse dot, and see what else is here. And now I'm going to do left mouse dot was pressed, right? And that's actually really awesome that all of my API stuff is that way. I don't have to go look it up. Obviously, this is a lot better if you're not using VC6. There are many better things. But this still is kind of like having a hierarchy of these things to drill down in. Like I intentionally have built it this way. The hierarchy used to be set up so that I didn't have to scroll this ever. That everything fit on here. Typing? What is typing? I should probably... It doesn't autocomplete. I wonder what that is. And that might be old. I might need to delete my NCB. However, the problem that I have is that there is a bug that sometimes autocompletes on this structure stops working, and I don't know why. And that is very disappointing. Yeah, it's not at all like the Elm Pure function kind of thing, because the state is all still hidden behind the scenes. It's just the interface to accessing it that is done this way. So, I mean, I guess it could be seen as similar in some ways, but there's also VC6 Ultimate that I've still never tried. They tweeted at me back on Twitter in the day, and they took the VC6. It's presumably people at Microsoft who working in secret or something who took the VC6 code base and updated to support new compilers and some stuff. And I've never tried it. I need to try it. I have it on my desktop, and I've never gotten around to it. What am I doing? Why am I trying to open Firefox? Why did it? Where is it? It's on my third monitor. Why did it open it on the third monitor? The third monitor does not exist, and it's the data being sent to the capture card. Like, why are you opening over there? I've already forgotten why I was opening this. What were we talking about? I was talking about we were talking about the pair struct interface. NCB's, oh, VC6 Ultimate. But I still don't remember why I was opening up a... yeah, so I've enjoyed having this API when it doesn't break. It's pretty clean. So, like, for example, here's the thing. Built into the platform, it automatically does... computes a default mouse look, orientation, even if you're not using it. Actually, I think I put it behind enable for some reason. I don't know why. Because it's like the amount of extra computation, if you compute every possible thing that somebody might query. So, like, this is a little different from the argument that's a state synchronization, because you could, in theory, have all these functions. You could have all these things have functions that are guaranteed to always be returning you the state at the last update, but it sort of makes it explicit, I guess, is nice. And yeah, I don't do the unit conversion a lot, but I do have time. You can ask for the current time in milliseconds, in nanoseconds, in seconds, and then you have milliseconds delta, nanoseconds delta, and seconds delta. And it's like, yeah, you just compute all three up front. It's the amount of computation that you're doing to compute all possible versions of these things is just not that high. And it's, I really like this interface for interacting with keys. Every button-like thing has three fields. It has an is down, was pressed, and was released. So you can always check for that stuff. There is an event queue that I don't think I've ever used. I don't know if I've hooked it up or not. It must be under input. What's history? Probably a Mac, yeah, right. Okay, so you can look back at the last n frames, apparently. I don't know why I put that in, but apparently I did. Is it a full? Yeah. Don't remember what that's for. Key for char. Right, so if you need to know the key code, I guess it does. I guess that's that. I don't know how that works. Oh, no, that's key names. Oh, and key names you need for for doing a remapping input. You want to be able to display the name of the key, and I believe that one is weird because the way to get the key names from the easiest way to get the key names in the Windows UI is if somebody pressed the key, which makes it really easy to do the remapping API, the remapping UI where somebody presses the key and you say, here's the key you just pressed. But if you want to know the key names in advance, I remember that, I think that took a lot of work. Numlock changes V key. That's like a Boolean flag I get to set. Here we go. One event for frame. So this is an old trick that I had for doing IM GUIs. Yeah, get key name text W is super unreliable. I think that's probably what this uses, or this has some weird behavior where it uses the, once you press the key, you access it. You can use a counter rather than bool for is press as an event counter. You really, yeah. So this is exactly for relative ordering. One event per frame is a UI system that makes sure only one thing can happen up or down on any keys or mouse every frame, so that you guarantee that you see all the events in the same order. So that if you got both an up down on a of the left and the right mouse button, and it was because you had a really slow frame and they clicked the right mouse button and then they clicked the left mouse button, you lose that information. You just see that both left and right went up and down. But if you turn on one event per frame, you'll get them sequentially. I used in my best IM GUI, I had a much more complicated version of that, where basically you could have, and this might be like that, or I might have I bet I actually have it. Preserve all events. It's probably preserve all events. Yeah, so the thing I did in the red IM GUI was to have a canonical ordering. So it would always be left, then right, then the keyboard keys in order or whatever. And so it meant you could get multiple, and it would always be pressed before released. So if what happened in a single frame was pressed then released, then you get an event with both a pressed and released flags then. But if what happened in a single frame was released then pressed, then you would get spread over 2 frames. You would get the released on the first frame and the pressed on the second frame. And so you pick an ordering that's optimized for like what's the common case, which is like a press and release on the same frame. And I think that might be what preserve all inputs does. Preserve. And I've never used any of this, right? Like, because I've only, what is it called? Preserve all events. Input events are about multiple per frame, at most one of each type cdocs. Yeah. I think actually for keyboard, that doesn't have a strict ordering. It actually says, here's the key that happened, maybe. Maybe that's why you have the history state. Names for virtual keys. Here, yep, it's documented. Only defined if user is pressed at least once. Do I get that? Shouldn't I get that feedback? Key names. Does it not? Yeah, I guess VC6 doesn't have any way of showing you the comment. So that's one disadvantage, is I don't get to see the comment. So I have to make the names very wordy, or wordy enough that I can remember what they mean. So yeah, this does support that in theory. I'm not sure if I implemented it. Preserve all of it. I probably did. Now, not everything is in the struct. So one thing is like, if you want to print text to the screen, that's not in the struct. You don't buffer it into a big buffer of possible text, because you want to be able to put the text anywhere on the screen, and making you like, you could do it. You could have a thing where like there's an array of texts and positions and colors and scales and stuff like that. And it's just easier to make that stuff imperative. It also lets you intentionally sort them relative to other stuff you're drawing if you want to. But then there's a separate console that you can print to, and that makes you guarantees that it'll come out on top, so it's not wrong. But I do think that, you know, Peregrine said, like, for window toe, I do think, yeah, as we said earlier, get key name text W is not reliable. I don't remember the details. This was like 10 years ago. So yeah, there is an API function. There are API functions. What happened to? Oh, I was looking for the wrong word. Don't know where the So init and update are the real things, right? Here's the core APIs. These three things. Then there's the console rec. I have the debug message box. Anal. Various ways of printing text. You can sleep. And then, it's just started piling stuff in. But then you get all the sub-structs and stuff. And a lot of the structs don't have type defs for them. Like, right, they're just directly defined in here without type defs. And then recently I started doing an IAM GUI just baked into it. It's just in the same way that the Dear IAM GUI is meant for debugging purposes, or was originally. This one is just meant for like quick and dirty stuff you want to make. But also, as my platform API, it's also my OpenGL, because I still used OpenGL. It's also my OpenGL gl.h, because you need extensions. And so there's that various extension wrangling things that generate the things that you need and stuff. And I have a totally different way of doing that stuff. I actually totally replaced gl.h. I instead and I don't depend on Windows directly. I don't include Windows.h. We use load library A and get proc address. So here's what we do. We load all of these DLLs. And then we have macros that get proc address to get the functions we need from them. And that way I just have this is kind of mainly a performance thing. I just have no need to compile Windows.h. So I just manually define all the Windows.h functions that I use as pointers, function pointers. And then you can still use them the same, and it's all indirected through a pointer, so it's a tiny bit slower, except it's, DLL is also indirect in its own way. So, whatever. It's not like I'm calling things that often. And then, so here's the important one, right? I just don't use OpenGL directly. I load it as a library, and I use get proc address and wiggle proc address to access all the APIs. And now let's look at my OpenGL, what I do instead of what all those extension people do. Well, let's look at this second. So first of all, I have to manually define all the freaking enum values, which is annoying as hell, and I keep adding to this every time I need more. And you can see I've started doing this crazy column thing just because it takes up too much space otherwise. But then here's the functions. And I do something way deeper than what it normally does. Every function, I say what version it was introduced in. And when you open this stuff for OpenGL, you specify what version of OpenGL you're asking for, which does the double context thing of creating a context and then creating another context with the correct one, or however exactly that works. I forget. Maybe you only have to do that for debug. I don't remember. I think you just always have to do that. But yeah, there is issues with stuff not being in the SDK too. Probably. I think that was true. but certainly with OpenGL, that is true. So you can see here, like find buffer base doesn't happen until 3.0 and buffer search. So I have to look all these up when I define them in here. But then, and when I first defined them, I was just doing like gluint, comma gluint, comma gluint, like down here. And I've come back and as I added new ones, I switched to preserving the full distinction of the types of stuff just to have a more readable thing. But anyway, so this then is used, this list of macros is then used to define the pointers to the functions and is used to define to do all the wiggle proc addresses. And that the code that does the wiggle proc addresses says, oh, well, you're asking for a 1.5 thing, so I'm not going to even ask for the 2.0 stuff. And where that's interesting is when I have stuff like A is one, but is there an X GL? Maybe I only have A's. If I ever need to go back, nowadays I mostly use something like 3.3. But if I need to use an old one and extensions, because the thing is, what I mostly use is 3.3 with whatever it's called, the support old stuff. Let's just look at the main compatibility profile, or context, so that I can still use immediate mode, because immediate mode is still what you want to use 80% of the time, like when you're first prototyping something, or if it's just low impact UI and stuff like that. It's just easier to use. Like I'm sure there's a better API, but the default one is not good. So and I actually started writing, there's code in here where I've re-implementing immediate mode on top of vertex buffers, but I never finished it because I was afraid maybe compatibility profile would go away, but it hasn't. But anyway, so the GLFunk A's. So what this says is that it became core in 4.5. But if you're before 4.5, the A stands for ARB, which means that there is an ARB extension for it. And the name of the ARB extension is clip control, GL ARB clip control. And the reason that's not, the GL ARB is not included is because the name gets used two different ways. I forget the details. It gets used as, there's the query to make sure that the extension is available, and there's some other use for it. I forget. Compatibility profile is going in Mac OS. Well, I guess I won't be porting to Mac OS. And so the system is just automatically does that. If you're asking for something pre 4.5, then it says, oh, let me look for GL clip control ARB. Let me check if the GL clip control GL ARB clip control extension is available, and if it is, let me query for GL clip control ARB, and I'll call it GL clip control. And that only works if the function is exactly the same in the extension and the core, and that isn't always true, but it's true a lot of the time, so that this is good enough. I can make a more complicated thing with multiple functions that gets wrapped if I need to. Glue is its own thing, but anyway, so yeah, so I have my own OpenGL thing, and again, this is really just for compiler performance. So it does go down. It is clearly idiosyncratic in the same way as Casey's stuff, in a totally different direction. It is as idiosyncratic as Casey's stuff, and I'm definitely not recommending that everyone should do this. It was just like, this is my main path of programming is OpenGL on Windows. That's been a nightmare in various ways, and this is my way of simplifying it. And I use this for everything now. Everything I do, even if I'm making, if it's at all 3D, I use this. I'm making a throwaway little editor junky thing. I'll use this and use the IM GUI in it. So, I should maybe make this hot load, but okay, let's see. What version are we doing? Okay, we want to do this. We want to do this. This is an else. Okay. Yeah. All right. So now we've finished talking about the pair API struct approach, meta strategy, and I've talked about mine STB platform.h, which is not public. I don't want to support anyone else's use of it. The question is there any other questions people have asked or want to ask before I dive into, here's a thing that I worked on? Well, yeah, the problem that you run into on macOS is that they won't even have newer extensions. And you're running into this just now with main OpenGL. There's definitely stuff supported in hardware that just OpenGL doesn't have any way to do it. They put it into Vulkan, but they don't put it into OpenGL. Great. I'm glad to see somebody else doing it. So, okay. I did not get, well, I got to remember Twitch lag. How bad is Twitch lag now? Where do I have? Oh, no, I closed it. Let me open up Twitch. No, none of these Twitches. I want my Twitch. There it is. I'm getting about 7 seconds of lag. It's probably different for everyone. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, because you can see the delay now that I'm putting the chat on screen. Okay, yeah, before I dive into code, let's talk about Twitch. I haven't used Twitch in, seriously used, Twitch regularly in 8 years or whatever. Is there anything I need to know? Can I stream at 1440, or do you have to be a partner or, in the better class of things? Or am I in the better class of things? Why would I be in the better class of things? Do not stream at 1440. I'm fine with, they disabled it, meaning that they downsampled to 1080, or they just don't. Yeah, okay, that's wild. So, right now, I said this at the beginning, or much earlier. I am, in theory, recording 2560 by 1440 to my hard disk at a higher bit rate. But my text is huge anyway. I used to stream 720p, and I would bump up the text size a little bit. But yeah, my text size is huge because I'm 58, 59, 50, 20, 26, no, 2025. Yeah, I'm 58. So my eyesight ain't great, and I've bumped up the text size a lot, just in my normal use. So yeah, it should be fine. But thank you for the feedback. That's good to know. I will do my old thing of putting like a to-do list or something down here. So it might make more sense to put chat as an overlay rather than down here. I don't know what people think. I still need to be able to look at it. So I'll still need a chat window, but I can put that on a different monitor. Like I can just drag it over to my another thing, and I barely have to move to look at it, right? Like I just turned my eyes a tiny bit. So putting it there would be fine. But then if I want to have it in the stream, I can use one of those plugins to keep a small amount of the chat visible, so that the historical archive is there. Obviously, you have the problem of people, abusing that. They're probably a lot more likely to abuse that. No, I guess it doesn't matter. Either way, if they can see that the chat is being in the stream, they would. But anyway, yeah, like I said, I am streaming at 1080p, and I'm fine with that, 1080p 60. Obviously, it's not necessary for this, but once I run something, it matters. For those who followed on Mastodon or Blue Sky, I've been thinking about this for a while, but I really wanted to keep my monitor at 2560 by 1600. And there's all this great tech that didn't exist 10 years ago for capture cards. And I was like, I'd really like to capture 2560 by 1600. I'd really like to continue developing at 2560 by 1600. And all the capture cards were hard coded to 16 by 9, and this is a 16 by 10 aspect ratio. And I was trying to figure out how to do that, and I was, and I was trying to figure out how to route my cables, because this is an old monitor that can't do HDMI at that resolution. I was trying to figure out how to make any of that work. It was just a nightmare, and I had been thinking about it for a while, and I was like, I don't know. I think maybe I just have to not stream. Maybe it's the stream. I was starting to tell myself, well, the streaming was just an idea. I don't need to share stuff with people. It's not that big a deal, because I really didn't think I'd be able to make it work at that point. But fortunately, someone on Blue Sky pinged Will Smith of not the not the spaghetti eating Will Smith, the from whatever it was, Food VR or something. I can't remember. I know him from Tested, the website that's the YouTube channel that's now basically Adam Savage's maker channel. He was on it back in the day. And like I said, he does VR-ish stuff now. Anyway, so somebody pinged him, and I saw this ping, and I was like, oh, what a waste of time. Like, it's just he's some smart guy. The person was like, oh, I know Will Smith has been working on this stuff. I'll ping him. Just a Blue Sky, just pinged him on Blue Sky with an app. And I was like, what a waste of time. Like, he probably won't know, and there's no reason for him to reply to some rando talking about some other rando. And the very first thing Will came back and replied was, well, the way I do it is, instead of streaming 2560 by 1600, stream 2560 by 1440. But you can still be your developer machine can still be 2560 by 1600. So you can still have your 1610 aspect ratio for programming. You just will only stream the 16 by 9. And I never thought about that. And the way you do that is with the thing called OBS projectors, which we'll actually talk about in a moment, just to tell you about it, just because, it's interesting tech stuff. The old streams that I did were all 16:9. I had OBS crop my display to 16:9 anyway. So it was totally fine by me to go, well, yeah, if that's the only way to do it, crop 16 by 9, yeah, I'm fine with that. I used to do it. Like, I wasn't planning on it. It's not my preference. But compared to this, I was kind of in this nightmare of, like I said, I was just done with it. I was like, I guess I'm not going to stream because I can't make this work. I could have just streamed the old way with OBS. We'll talk about why I wanted to capture card. But I was just like, I guess I'm not going to do it. And thank God that guy pinged Will, and thank you, Will, for taking the time out to reply. He described it in some very brief words, and then I replied with this, so you mean it would do this and this and this? And he's like, exactly. And I was like, that sounds totally plausible. And 4 hours later, I went on Amazon and bought the capture card. if you do low-level graphics dev, you definitely need a capture card because you will brick your GPU driver many times. I have never bricked my GPU driver in any of my development streams ever, so that's not quite the level of development that I'm doing. But anyway, so thanks again, Will Smith, for that knowledge bomb, made this possible. Because I went from this totally, like, not depressed, but like, you get to picture it, pretend that I was depressively going, well, I guess I'm not going to stream. And suddenly I flipped to like, oh, this is totally possible. I'm going to do it tomorrow. I mean, 2 days. It took 2 days, but and in fact, it was slow enough that I didn't pre-announce it. If I had been further along the curve of getting this all working last night, I would have pre-announced this stream. And so then today, once I was getting it working, I was like, do I want to wait another day to do the test stream? Not just test stream, but the let's talk about what's going on. And I was like, nah, we'll just give a no notice stream. The problem with not having Twitch up is I don't know how many people I have in Twitch chat. Or how many viewers I have. I mean, I have to keep reopening this. I mean, I don't care. Like I said, it's not important. I'm just kind of curious where things are. 150, okay. So, yes, I was trying to just have somebody in chat. Where was I? Yeah, so yeah, I'm doing this crazy thing. So the idea is, you're familiar with the idea that the capture card is like it offloads all of the dealing with the OBS and video encoding to a second machine. So if you're like a gamer trying to run, if you're a serious pro gamer, you don't want anything slowing your computer down. So your computer just runs totally normally. There's an extra video output. You clone your video output, or better yet, you don't. It's totally external. Your video doesn't go directly to your monitor. It goes to a capture card. The capture card has a pass-through that goes to your monitor. For as far as your computer can tell, all you're doing is playing a game and communicating to a monitor. The monitor happens to be named a capture card name. Like, it's the only way your computer knows. And, that's perfect for a pro gamer who wants absolute perfect performance. And I'm not a pro gamer. If I did any gaming on this, well, I don't game on this machine anymore because it's Windows 7. Steam doesn't support it anymore. I actually game on the machine that is now the streaming host, whatever you want to call that. So if I want to stream and OBS, that will all be running on the same machine, which is weird. Yeah, streaming gaming is not something I do a lot. I used to do it occasionally for fun with John Blow, but stream some PUBG and stuff like that. Gosh, I've totally lost my train of thought. Keep pushing so many things on the stack. Will Smith. You know what I should do? I should get some kind of like program that transcribes what I say and keep up on the screen somewhere a log of everything I've said, and then I can just look back at what I was saying earlier. Does that exist? That seems like that would be useful. It seems like a lot of people would want that. I'm not the only person who forgets where they were. Right, so I was talking about how does this work? That was the thing. So, I was saying why. So pro gamers want it. Why do I want it? Because that was Will Smith's did say in that his very first reply was like, I don't know why you need a capture card to do dev if you're just doing streaming dev. And it's fine. I'm not blaming him. Like, that's a perfectly reasonable reaction. I like that he kept trying to proactively suggest things. Like, he proactively mentioned everyone's going to be seeing your stuff at 1080p, not 40p, so make sure you bump up your font size. And it's like, yep, I gotcha. I don't actually need to do it because I already have it bumped up, but I totally appreciate that he gave me that heads up. It's the right, like, good move. I try to remember that, like, that, yeah, when somebody tells you something you already know, that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. Okay, because I definitely have, like, kind of an instinct of, I already know that. And I'm trying to educate trying to stomp out. So yeah, I'm not a professional game streamer. It's okay if my game slows down a little. And you know, the video card has dedicated hardware for uh, the video stream. See, the video card has dedicated hardware for video encoding, so it's not going to slow that machine down that much. But I do performance programming where I run and I tweak something and I see how the performance changes, and I don't do it by profiling and certain things. I just look at the frame rate of the game and I go, how's the game frame rate doing? And if I have OBS doing anything at all, it's introducing noise into that process non-uniformly. If it's using the hardware, even though it's separate hardware units, it's possible that interferes in some ways. Who knows? So I really wanted to offload everything and be like that programmer environment and just be like, nope, because again, you know, I'm trying to do this in theory to just do my work that I want to be doing normally and also happen to stream it out to people as a motivational thing. But the solution that we came up with the cropping is yeah, exactly. I don't remember how bad it was back in the OBBG days. I don't remember if my frame rate was slow or if it was just that the video was slow for people or something. I do remember it being low frame rate video or something. I don't remember the details. I remember it being clunky in some way on the stream, but I don't remember if it was for me too. But it's just not taking chances. And yeah, if the difference that you're making is like a 2% difference, I don't know whether that would show through. However, the solution that we've come up with, which is that I program at 2560 by 1600 and I stream at 2560 by 1440, but it's not local, does require some local processing to do that cropping. And so this is what the suggestion that Will Smith had, which was to use OBS on this machine, the machine you're looking at, to do the cropping. So here I have OBS running locally. It has a display capture of my whole display. But it's set to a cropped thing, so I can reposition this vertically to crop it. And in fact, if you look closely, do I have it up anywhere? Here. Yeah, you can see that the very top of this thing is actually cropped off the top. Because I know that it's not that useful to see the VC6 title bar all the time. So I intentionally cropped a little bit off the top and mostly off the bottom. In the old streams that I did, I cropped just off the bottom. And I thought of this clever thing that I could have done at any time. Anyway, so now I have this local OBS that has this thing, but it's not doing the streaming. Instead, it's using something called projector. And I have on this machine, I have two monitors, these two, and a third monitor, which is the GPU is plugged into the capture card. Now it shows the wrong resolution, and that's just a bug or something because everything seems to be working correctly. So the in Windows, right, I have my main desktop that we're looking at. I have the side desktop that you all can't see, and then we have the capture card. And so that's set to 2560 by 1440. So then OBS, all it's doing is it's just filling the screen with a window that is a copy of the crop. And that takes a little bit of computation time, so it's not free. But it is as minimal as I could make it, and I hope that that will be good enough. We'll see. This is my first test. So we're about to actually test it. Although I'm not going to do any performance stuff, so it won't really matter. So then so all this OBS is doing is copying the screen onto the third monitor. So I could actually, if I wanted, write a little dedicated program to do that. I could make a program that just displays a full screen window on the third monitor and uses whatever Windows copy screen stuff. And I could do that, but I'd have to figure out how to do it so it doesn't tear correctly. And I'm assuming OBS is doing it correctly. So that's, if it turns out it's not, I definitely don't need to be using OBS to do that if that's all the OBS is actually doing. Now I could also do other stuff in this OBS. I could overlay windows and stuff, but I can't really see it. If you disable the preview in OBS, it should lower. Ah, that's a good point. Thank you. Lock preview, enable preview. Okay. So that's that, but the CPU looks unchanged, actually. That's a lot of CPU, actually. Guess because it's 60 frames. Maybe if I dropped it to 30. But at least this way it's more consistent if everything else is running at 60 frames. And is that actually of the whole CPU, or is that just... one second. I don't want to leak the entirety of my processes. Yeah, it's actually using 5%. Well, this is an old slow processor. I have it's only 4 cores. That's actually pretty big. But anyway, better than nothing. That's the best I'm going to do. We'll live with it. We'll see where it goes. It still beats having to do the full stream from the local preview. And turning off the preview from the local OBS. And turning off the preview, obviously, is good. But yeah, I could, if I do decide that 5% is a lot, I can always try writing my own and see if that is any better. If I can figure out the tearing problem. Why is there a tiny black bar on the side? Oh, yeah, I see that too. Why is that there? Did I... What? Why is that? Oh, right, because this is... Yeah, okay, there we go. No, that's still... Oh, that's on this OBS. God damn it. The old preview. Is that on this? Am I not filling the screen with this? Why would it not be filling the screen with this? It is filling the screen with that. Oh, the black bar is just this, right? It's just the edge of the... There isn't an actual black bar, is there? Why is it showing like that? Wait, let me look at what it actually looks like on Twitch. Because I'm looking at the OBS preview on the second machine, and I'm not sure that that's telling me the truth. Yeah, okay, that goes right up to the edge now. Okay, that's all fine. I was just fooled. I'm just being fooled by the... There's a little bit of... I don't understand. Why is that doing what it's doing? Oh, because this isn't centered. There we go. Okay. There was something wrong. or I just managed to make it wrong. Okay. So that's all that. So yeah, so now the local OBS is copying it, and now that I understand how it's all working, I probably could just write it. I don't actually need OBS projector. I can probably just write a little program. Obviously, most people don't have this option. I'm a programmer. Like I actually written screen capture stuff before, so I could write my own little thing that just does the screen capture, but the cropped screen capture. But anyhow, so then that just goes into the capture card, and the capture card takes that as a video input, and then it just streams like normal from that thing. And I'm streaming about a mega, I think it's 10 megabits per second is what I set the codec to, just to be on the safe side. And then, like I said, I'm recording the 2560 by 1440 full resolution, and when I upload to YouTube, that's what I'll upload. So if you wait and watch on YouTube, you can see it at full resolution. I don't think it's very valuable for me to upload this all stuff to YouTube. I actually went back and dug up the blog post because Twitch used to archive all VODs, and then in 2014, I think they changed it and they stopped. They switched to the modern thing where they only archive for a short time, and I was looking at it because I was like, this seems like a really dumb decision because YouTube just is totally fine with archiving everything. But it is true that Twitch has like a different user base and a different purpose. And I was in fact surprised. I was like, well, maybe it's just because they said it was for technical reasons. And I was like, well, maybe it's because, this was before they got acquired by Amazon and they just didn't have the resources to archive it all forever. But actually, it was the same month that they were acquired by Amazon that they announced this, if I read it correctly. And sorry, I read chat and lost my train of thought. I haven't done this in so long. Somebody remind me of my train of thought. Oh, right, I was talking about the Twitch bots. Yeah, they updated the highlights things. So I first thought like, oh, maybe they didn't have the resources, but then I was like, well, they did have the resources because they got acquired by Amazon, and Amazon definitely has to have resources compatible with Google in terms of the ability to archive petabytes of old video. But it is true that, and I was thinking critically, I was going, well, not to there's not a criticism of any actual individual Twitch streamers, but it consigns the platform to sort of like talk shows. Like it's in the same way that talk shows were ephemera. Like if somebody would come on and they're a celebrity and they'd be doing it actually because they had a movie to promote or whatever, but we would pretend that's not why they were coming on. That it wasn't an ad. We were pretending they was coming on because it was interesting to watch them chat. And we thought of at the time of talk shows as ephemera that were not archived. In the same way that like Doctor Who famously, in its early days, was not archived, wasn't taken seriously. And so I was thinking, I was thinking about this because I was thinking, oh, I'll have to archive everything to YouTube myself. And then I was like, oh, well, has Twitch ever changed that? And I was like, nope, they haven't changed it. And I was thinking about why. And I was like, it just seems weird to like say that you are the people whose material is ephemeral. We're the ones who post videos that are ephemeral. But I mean, that is like what they are, the people who host streams. And so it kind of all makes sense. And I went back and read their blog post and they were like, what did they say? 80% of their archived VODs had never been seen. And you could argue, well, you need to like start, if you care about that and you want to keep hosting them and you want them to be seen, then you have to start pointing people to them. You have to start like recommending them and stuff like that. And it makes sense their priority is to recommend people watch live streams. So they don't want to encourage watching old stuff. So it kind of all makes sense, kind of. It's just a really bad fit if you do want to archive it all. Like if I could just pay them money and they would archive it all. Pay them money once, not. I don't want them taking it down the moment I stop paying them money. If I could pay them money now, it would. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. But anyway, so I do plan on archiving it all to YouTube. However, this will probably be less useful than OBBG because OBBG, at least I was explicitly intending this is meant to be watched along, whereas this new streaming series, if everything goes as planned, is going to be, as I talked about before, primarily to help keep me motivated to program. But actually, there is a second thing, which is that I am a COVID cautious person. So I barely ever see anyone else in person anymore. So actually having, I do have some other chats, but having a Twitch chat to chat with probably be nice too. came in late. Is there anything besides testing the stream? I'm about to demo some stuff that I've worked on. I don't know if that's interesting, but I will. But all I've been doing till now is talking about the stream, the streaming plan, how the stream works. What else did I talk about? Talked about some other stuff, but I don't remember what. Answered a few questions. Maybe that would be the value of looking at the camera and not being distracted by chat. Well, no, I just have to put the chat off screen, and then I won't be distracted by it. I'm not going to have it here most of the time. Let me scroll back because I see a bunch of stuff has happened. Okay, preview in OBS. I feel like I never finished a topic, but I don't know what it was. Why am I on Windows 7? What OS am I running? Etc. So I don't like upgrading any programs because I usually have to learn some new stuff, and it's just not worth the time. It's never an improvement. The new stuff is never any better. I mean, they'll fix bugs, but they could just be fixing bugs without totally changing things. People change UIs too much. For example, Windows XP had a feature where you could make a folder. You could stick you could drag a bunch of your desktop icons into that folder, and you could drag that folder up against the edge of the screen, and it would turn into an auto-hiding pop-out bar with those icons in it. That's all you had to do. Put a folder on your desktop, put some icons in it, and drag it up. That was great. They got rid of that. They didn't include that in Windows 7 and Vista and Windows 7. And you could get third-party pop-up bars, and I used to use them, but they never worked as well. And I eventually just started putting my icons on the desktop like a sucker, like everyone else. And, so that's an example of something where Windows 7 got worse. But all the Windows versions, for me, changed how things... Like, there was some terrible ribbon stuff in Explorer, and I don't know. So, you might notice that, like, I get rid of the gradient title bars. I put my UI back to looking more like classic Windows because the gradient isn't that much of a help. It is actually, there is some value to it occasionally, but usually it's not. And I just would rather have things not change. For stuff, I'm fine with change in general, but not for computer interactive stuff. You want it to be fixed. So you want all your learned muscle memory to keep working. So that's why I'm on Windows 7. And VC6, there is a FAQ on my GitHub for why I use VC6, I believe. GitHub, nothing's FAQ. Don't know. Pretty sure there was. Don't know. Maybe it was a gist. Why public domain? Oh, it was. Oh, it's my Twitch. Do I still have my Twitch pop-up of the FAQ? Or did I get rid of that? Let's go to the Twitch channel. Oh yeah, I still have the programming FAQ. Okay, so yeah, that question is right there on your screen if you look down at the panel. So you can learn a lot of that stuff. Does that include Windows 7? Are you running an old version of Windows? So yeah, it didn't have any details of why. And this machine, this development machine, how do I get? Intel Arc Core i7 6700K. I don't remember how old that is. I mean, it's a pretty old machine. Only 16 gigabytes. The streaming machine, on the other hand, how do you get that same thing? There's no computer icon. Settings. Where's the system info in Windows 11? About. Is it about? Yeah. This one is 64 gigabytes. Intel i5. It's actually only an i5 because this wasn't actually meant as a development machine. 12th gen, whatever that is. i5 12600K. But it does have 64 gigs and it has a 4090 in it. So it's not having any problems with the compression. In fact, let's check what's the CPU usage on this machine. 6%, 5%. It's 5%. 5% doing 2 separate video encodes. Okay, let's see what I've missed in chat while I was looking at that stuff. Let me start a thing of questions that I've skipped. So what are some projects? I need to take notes so I don't forget things. That goes at that height. That comes down here. Nope, I think the other one is better. There was something else somebody asked before that, I think. Beefy machine. I just answered all that, I think. And possible silver, if I didn't sufficiently answer your question, feel free to follow up. Yeah, VC6 Ultimate is something I talked about, unless this is a different VC6 Ultimate. Yeah, this is I mentioned this earlier, actually. I still have never tried it. I need to try it. So Lenny mentioned something that I had forgotten the detail about this, but I was rewatching one of the OBBG streams while I was thinking about this project and this plan to stream. So back when I was doing OBBG, I was running Windows 7 32-bit. And I said at the time that the reason I was running Windows 7 32-bit is because Windows 7 64-bit never closes the executable when you stop the debugger. When you're in the debugger and you say end program or whatever it is, it doesn't close the executable, and so you can't recompile because the executable is locked and it can't write the new executable. Windows 732 didn't have that problem, and so because of that problem, that was why at the time I was staying in Windows 7 32-bit. Now I am on Windows 7 64-bit, so one of the things you'll see me do is anytime I forget and I stop the program in the debugger, or I'm forced to because it crashes, I have to exit VC6 and restart it. But that's almost instantaneous. The only thing is I lose my undo buffer when I do it. That's only for Windows 7. I don't know if it's true on other OSs. And Windows 7, so yeah. Yeah, Windows 7 is end of line. About compatibility modes. I don't know that I ever tried it. How do you access that? Do you troubleshoot compatibility? Properties. I guess we try XP. It's lost all my history. Or oh, I already have it opened. I just minimized it. Oops. Ha! Nope. I don't think a compatibility mode helps. I mean, I could try a whole bunch of them, but let's not. Yeah, absolutely. It was worth a shot. I appreciate the suggestion because I'd never tried it and I hadn't even thought about it. What font do I use in Visual Studio? I use Consolis, which is a font that Microsoft made at some point as a programming font. I use a bold Consolis, actually, I think, if I recall correctly. Which is interesting because VC6 doesn't support setting bold. So I actually had to hack a font file to contain, I had to hack the Consolis bold font file to claim to be not bold. And it had to change the name so it wouldn't conflict with real Consolis. So it's named Eon Solus. But it's only named Eon Solus in one place in the file. And so in Photoshop, when you browse through things and you Eon Solus comes up, and one of the things you can do in Photoshop, I could open it and demonstrate this, but who cares? You bring up the font menu and you can use the keyboard to step through the fonts and preview the effect on your current text field. And you step through and you step through and you step through and you're stepping through the D's and you hit the E's and you hit Eon Solus and you see Consolus on as what it looks like. And because something in the font file still says Consolus, it actually jumps back up to Consolus, and you keyboard down, and you're stuck. You're stuck never getting past Eon Solus if you only use the keyboard to step through them. You just delete all of the regular ones, and then Consolus bold gets picked. I don't know if that would work in VC6. Maybe it would. Anyway. And for me that was straightforward because I'd written STB TrueType, so I had some familiarity with how TrueType works, so it didn't seem daunting to make a change like rewriting Consolus bold to claim to be not bold. So yeah, I wouldn't expect most people to try that. That's pretty weird. Fix stop debugging problem on Win 7. Yeah, that does sound like it. So I really should try VC6 Ultimate. The only thing is that like they care about things like what's the extension for better autocomplete that everyone uses? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. VS Assist, I think, which maybe actually also called VAX. I forget. Yeah, everyone uses with Visual Studio. Was the context. So one of the things is that they said the VC6 Ultimate people said they're not fixing any of the stuff with the whatever it's called in VC6, the auto helper stuff, the smart the stuff, the statement completions. Because like I mentioned, I occasionally hit this bug where the autocomplete for the struct field stops working. Yeah, Visual Assist and Visual Assist X. Yeah, exactly. So I occasionally hit this, and I was hopeful that VC6 would fix it, but it turns out, no, they just embraced Visual Assist. I was hoping VC6 Ultimate would fix it, but it turns out they embraced Visual Assist and didn't care about any of the autocomplete features, apparently. So they probably didn't fix that, unfortunately. And I don't touch Visual Assist because the one time I tried to ever use it, it just seemed really slow. So I was just like, fuck it. I'm still using VC6. So it doesn't matter anyway. Okay. I still feel like there was a question in here that I missed. That I was scrolling back trying to find, and I never found it. So if I didn't answer a question you asked earlier, please re-ask it. And I also feel like there's at least one or two topics that I didn't finish, that I started talking about and didn't finish. But anyway, so we're back to this, and then this question. So what am I looking at here? This is the... Okay. Oh, and I can do an FAQ. So FAQ, everything I talked about earlier. So I got to make a smaller font. Is this going to be readable if it's smaller? How big is that compared to that? Well, what font is this? That is Console of Bold. Okay, it doesn't look exactly the same, but I guess it is. But if I make this smaller, is that going to be okay? So I can fit a little more text in here. That didn't fit anyway. Did I ever answer the C question? Yeah, the C compile question, I did. Yeah, the VC6 compiler is from 1998 or 1997, so it's not C99 compatible. And so basically all C code and even C++ code just uses newer features that don't compile. Like one thing you don't get in VC6 is declare anywhere. So that's the reason why you see these extra curly braces here, is because it allows me to do these two declarations at the top of a new scope. Same here. Right, that's a little workaround I use for the lack of declare anywhere. Yeah, I've never tried VC6 on Linux. Is it not possible to use VC6 as just the editor, but use a newer compiler? Well, you can just use it as an editor and then use a command line compiler. But one of the things, I don't think the VC editor is a particularly great editor, but it was a compromise I made. I used to use VI before there was Vim, and I was good at it, and it's a really interesting editor for programmers because it actually uses this postfix notation where you can type a number and then a command and it runs that command that many number of times. It's just a very interesting, different way of editing, and that particular feature, like it's a generic feature, so you can use any movement. How does that work? You can use any movement command as a, so yeah, if you want to delete something, you can press D and then any movement command, and it'll delete in that direction. And so you can say D40X, D40, what is the character? Delete a single character. Well, move right should work. So L. So something like D40. I don't know. I haven't used VI in so long. Anyway, the point is I've spent time learning VI and getting good at it. But what I found is I personally really prefer to work in an IDE where I use the same IDE for debugging as I use for compiling. And for it's just a smoother feeling workflow for me. So having to do a text editor plus command line compiler plus something for the debugger, like Jeff Roberts does this. Jeff Roberts uses, I don't know what for the editor. And then like I knew a lot of people who've used Brief back in the day. And then he uses command line compiler and then uses VC as the debugger. And I had just, I learned on Turbo Pascal and Borland C and got used to the IDEs. And at a certain point, I think in the 90s, I just said to myself, no, I'm just going to learn to get used to the native editor in my IDE, use that as my editor, and that way I get what feels to me like the best workflow. And so I did that. I embraced that and I stuck with that. And so that is why, no, I don't want to just use VC6 as the editor and then do something else. Now, the VC6 Ultimate does support newer compilers in VC6. So if I ever invest in VC6 Ultimate, I could get that. I just have put off trying to spend the time on the VC6 Ultimate. I don't know why. Like I've had it sitting on my desktop for 10 years and like I cleaned up all my desktop icons. So I dragged it off of it, but where did I put it? I'll drag it on. You'll have to believe me that I'm just dragging it on from off screen. Except I don't see it. I have so many icons I dragged off screen. Oh, there it is. So, yeah, I've had that sitting on my desktop. Since 2018, at least. Oh, you can't see it because it's under the... There it is. But I don't know how the VC6 Ultimate deals with if you upgrade the compiler. I don't know how it deals with the debugger. Did they fix the debugger so that would work? That's interesting. Anyway, so yeah, I've just never invested in it because I kind of expect it to not be right, and so I don't want to spend the time on it. It's just in the same way I don't like upgrading, right? I'm too expectant that it won't be an upgrade and I'll have to downgrade, and so it feels like a waste of time. But I do want to, and that's why it's sat there on my desktop for 8 years. Like it's clearly made for me. Like if there's any person, like I said, they reached out to me on Twitter and told me about it because like, yeah, I'm one of the few people out there still using it. So it makes absolute sense. I absolutely should be. But, how do you feel not being a traditional employee for 8 months? Yeah, I don't know. Like that's as I was saying, ooh, that was a good choice. Where do I want to store this? I guess we'll put it here. This is, what is this called? This is stream updates. Stream log. Stream info. How long had I been at RAD before leaving? I joined RAD in 2018. 2008. Gosh, how do words work? 2008. So I'd been at RAD for 12 years, around 12 years when we got acquired by Epic. And then by 4 years at Epic. 13 years and then 4 years. I dabble in my personal projects and I watch a lot of videos. That's what I've been doing for for 8 months. I don't know. It's weird. Like, I find it very easy to eat up the time. I'm not like bored or anything. Oh, that was the thing I meant to mention way back at the very start of the stream. I explained how the old OBBG worked, old OBBG streams worked, and what my hope was for the new streams. And what I said about the old OBBG streams is I was doing them for the handmade community. You know, it was a much more elaborate thing, but I sort of summarized it as for the handmade community. And the thing I left out is this was, as I said, it was make work. It was a project. OBBG was not a serious project. I mean, it could have become one if I ever found anything interesting, but it was mainly there just to share it. And the reason I was able to do so many streams, I did them weekly, almost every Friday, is because Rad was a 4-day-a-week. We had gone to 4 days a week, 32 hours, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I had my Fridays free. And I just said, what I'm going to do is every Friday, I'm going to do programming on stream. That was how that happened. And so that, just wanted to go back to that. I left out that one detail in the original explanation, and I had planned to say it, and then I forgot to say it. So it's not super important, but I mean, it was a lovely thing that Rad did for us of giving us the 2-hour work week, which we did not get at Epic. We originally did for a little while, but it went back to being 5 days a week. And you know, that just that's okay. So maybe the stream test is a perfect time to have an excuse to try the VC6 upgrade. Yes and no. I think you have a valid point. I think I'm not going to do it. But maybe at a future episode, we'll do the VC6 ultimate attempt. Because as I discussed, what I hope is going to happen is I'll program regularly, and I'll program game engine stuff most streams, and we'll have the occasional STB stream, and those STB streams are going to be mostly maintenance of the GitHub. And so another thing we could do on those maintenance streams, we could do other random stuff that away from my core work. And one thing we could do is install try VC6 Ultimate. That's a good idea. Thank you for suggesting it, even though that wasn't what you were suggesting, but close enough. Because yeah, it's exactly the same motivation thing, really, right? So where's the edge of that? The edge is there. Okay. And Pear, as I'll leave this on screen for archive purposes, Pear's reply here I think is a better answer than I would be able to give. And if you're watching this, don't archive, you can pause because I'm going to scroll past it now. Dark mode, yeah. Yeah, I'm not worried about having to configure it. Okay. Pending chat questions. I swear there was some other pending chat question and I just never found it again. And I did ask people to re-ask if I missed it. That's so annoying when the brain is like, I didn't finish talking about that topic, but I don't know what topic it was. Because like the brain managed to stick some little Q thing in. Why did I double dash that? Oh, because this is my style. That's how this works. Right. Okay. Is there any new tech things you're interested in following? No, I don't think so. Nothing comes to mind. AI is the only big new tech thing, and I've already explained why I'm not into it. Well, okay, so I guess, do I want to talk about future projects? We're going to come back to that. Okay, so let's take a look at this thing. This is something that I wrote. Why is this? Oh, I'm going to get a drink first, a beverage, not an alcoholic beverage. So how do I do this? You know what? Let's use WordPad. It's too much trouble to set up an OBS overlay. Be right back. Acquiring fluid. Oh. Wait. I'm spending this much time on it just so that in the future I'll have it worked out. Okay. Oh, does WordPad not even exist in them? Oh, God. Okay, anyway. All right. Why does this not seem bubbly at all? I definitely bubbled it. That's fine. All right. Where were we? What were we talking about? Have I tried the RAD plugin? That is something you asked before. I have not tried it. It'll be interesting to see if the Steam Linux support for Windows games is enough to get people off Windows. So let's go with this. So this is a terrain texturing thing. Why is the display fucked up? I think that's just... No, it is fucked up. Okay. I do have to fix this. So it's using color and weight. So why is color and weight no longer correct? Oh, this was an attempted fix. Dude, that's wrong. No. It should be drawing hexes, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not confused about what I did. Or not. Okay, let's get it to compile without the LaPath stuff. I'm not sure what if I just disable it, will that break because it's still using the LaPath stuff? No. Okay. Maybe what I want is to have the small stream chat. I guess that's why I should use the... Okay, let's pause that thought. So does anybody know in Twitch, what's the recommended thing for overlaying chat pop-up? There's 3 built-in plugins. Because it asked me that when I was setting it up. I don't know how to add it now after the fact. Oh, they use the third-party one, not one of the built-in ones? Is it under sources? Like, where does... Are there, like, plugin sources or something? How does that work? Media source? No, that's just playbackable file. Oh, yeah. Okay, I won't. What about using one of the built-in plugins? It's just I don't know how to set it up. If I set it up when I was doing the initial Twitch setup, it was just going to do it automatically for me. But there was like 3 options. Something was Frankie something. But I don't remember what they were called or what, and I don't know how to get to it now. Maybe it can't be done after the fact as easily. Maybe it would also take 30 to 40 minutes because it's not trivial. So what is a browser? It's literally, it's literally just, yeah. All right. We won't worry about it for now. I'm going to pop up a second Twitch chat. If it'll let me. Hello? There you go. How about chat? Yep, it let me. Okay. So now I have a second chat window that I can make big. We'll leave that one small. So I can make that big. And I close that. one character too long. Okay, we're reaching the point where people are chatting in chat, not to me. So we're going to institute the prefix chat with at nothing to. Okay, so right, I was trying to debug. So the Laplacian stuff is disabled. I have that enabled. Why is this not showing hexes anymore? The problem is I changed this code to do some other work and didn't care about maintaining the old state, and that was dumb. I should have maintained the old state. The problem is that this is the debug path. I don't think I changed this. I think this is what it was originally. Seems right. Well, the color versus text. Yeah, no, that was definitely how it was. And yeah, that's all correct. So I must have changed something else up here. But it just doesn't even look hex shaped at all, and this stuff shouldn't affect it. Right? Because it's just the weights. The debug stuff just uses color mask as the weights. No, weights as the weight. Yeah. Uses weights. And the weights haven't changed. This is what the weights always were. So why is this not working? I was not expecting to debug live on stream. I guess just no, it's not strictly a square grid. It is angled. Like you can see, it's missing that to turn into a thing. So something is getting flipped somehow. Is it because I sort the weights? And so now the weights are out of order from how they were before? Maybe. I don't know. Didn't change any of that code though. That's only done if you do sort for coherence anyway. So yeah, the path we're taking, the weights never change. I think. All right, let's take the weights here. Check for old weights. Weights. Weight. Old weights. That's interesting, but the debug version doesn't. Why did that change the... I made some other change and that was what changed the thing. What was the other change I made? Oh, no. Right, it did. That's because it was changing it there. I wanted to change it here. Yeah, it didn't make any difference. Except, okay, if we take the debug path, we're doing something. What? Oh, this is not using the old color, it's using texture. That's what I changed. Right, okay, I remember that. I think I remember. So that in this path, we want to do it that way. In this path, we want to do it that way. And this should mix albedo? Is that what it needs to do? God, I don't remember. Like I said, I changed when I was doing this, the if-def branch, I changed the stuff to correspond to the new branch. But I obviously didn't preserve the old behavior correctly. Oh, wait, it has to be. How does this make sense as a computation? We mix. No, because we're multiplying by the weights, it seems like it is right to do text 0. Yeah, if you look at the equation, that's clearly the right thing to do. So that wasn't the problem. So what is the problem? The problem is that I perturbed the weights in some way, but I just tried fixing that. And it didn't work. All right, but now we're not doing the if-defs, so this should be clear. Okay. We're not using the same weights because the weights are busted. So I'm saving the weights at the wrong time. Oh. But the sharpen shouldn't do that. You did do that. Why is it wrong to do it before sharpen? Why would sharpen... This should be valid. The weights right here should be valid weights that sum to 1. But they clearly don't sum to 1. Is sharpen weight reclamping? Yeah. Sharpen weight renormalizes. So if you don't go through sharpen weight, they're not getting normalized. So that's why. So the old state of the code always went through sharpen, so it was fine. So that's why this works. Okay. So the old code was broken because it's not normalized, which maybe is intentional. But why? How is weight getting changed if we're not sorting? Sort is definitely disabled, right? Yeah, sort sample structure hands. But also, yeah, no, this still isn't making hexagons. Does RenderDoc work in Win7? RenderDoc does not work with immediate mode. Which reminds me, that was actually why I started to write my replacement in intermediate mode. I was making an intermediate mode that builds vertex buffers just so that RenderDoc would work with it. But I don't think it would actually help. Because probably RenderDoc works for the non-immediate mode. Like, maybe RenderDoc just dies if you hand in immediate mode. I don't know. And yeah, you'd probably have to go back to an older version or something that supported Win7. We don't change the weights. The weights never change. So this shouldn't change anything. Okay, yeah, I'm only doing, oh, okay, it doesn't do anything. You're right, it's just that that's still broken. I'm only doing GLSL changes, so let's hot load this. So where do we build the shader? Right here. I'm going to be, this is how lazy I'm going to be. Dot keys of reload was pressed. Okay, and then let's test that that actually works. Um, by doing something nonsensical. Yep. Okay. Where are my hexes? Unfortunately I have to fix this to show what I could actually demo almost everything, but not the important point. What could I have changed that would break this? Because I didn't change any of this code. I only changed that little bit that I just now copy pasted. That was about the only thing that I changed. The debug thing. I don't know what it was doing before. Because it looks like, I'm pretty sure the actual code is doing the right thing. So the weights are set correct. And the problem is just not knowing how to remap the colors, I guess. Yeah, this part is fine. The text part is fine. It's the colored part that's wrong. Is this wrong? This is inside the ifdef. And we have to load the colors. They're not loaded anywhere else, right? Oh, they are loaded at the start. Oh, maybe this code is wrong. Oh, right. Closer. It's showing all the triangles now, but it obviously needs to swap the colors around. How is it ever doing this correctly? How would it swap the colors? None of this code would do anything like swap the colors around. So the problem is that the colors are getting swapped around somewhere else? What am I don't know. Like, this code is 8 months old, so I don't know how it works exactly anymore. So I'm just trying to remember what I changed when I was doing this other stuff. If zeroed a bunch of, no, this is definitely supposed to be if zeroed because that's new. The if one is the important stuff that I was re-enabling. The if one is, this is the path that I actually was using originally. We're still in that part. I guess it's possible. No, see that. But it seems like, yeah, it seems like this must be the code that was supposed to do the right thing here. Because it looks at the V1, V2, V3, which are the world space coordinates. This was all new code. This was me trying to colorize something that was black and white. Or monochrome in some way. So that should stay out. But that seems like it's trying to do the right thing. It just makes it worse. And I wouldn't have changed any of that. Like, that can't be the stuff that's... Did I change Rantex? I don't think so. I don't remember touching any of that. What is this? What is the RGB in here doing? Maybe that's something I changed and don't remember doing. Oh, 350. Oh, yeah. But it's still wrong. But now that I've made that change, what if I change this back? No, okay. No, this is definitely necessary because this is doing the world space calculation to pick a color for each vertex. And then you want to use those colors based on those vertices. But it's clearly not picking the same colors. But it is sometimes. That's why we don't see an edge here, because these two triangles are picking the same one. What would that be? I'm so sorry about this stream being a debugging nightmare once again. What did I change? All right, let me go. I don't think I backed it up. I don't think I checked it in, but let me go check the... Let me check the repo. But I really doubt that I checked it in. Just means I can't pay any attention to chat because I have to keep everything swapped in debugging. And it's too much of a distraction to be chat. Okay. So repo purge games. We'll test bed. There are no GLSL files. Oh, it's in data. No? Where do I... yep, it is. Shaders. Okay, there we are. All right, there's a few of them. This one is going to be after I made the Laplacian change, I think. Yeah. So here's one before I made the Laplacian change, I think. Yeah, it is. Okay. So, right, that's only those lines. How do we want to do this? Let's put that back. Let's bring that over. Okay, so the debug texture stuff is the same. R is the same. Oh, this already had that. Wait, maybe this isn't old enough. Maybe I'd already broken it by that one. These are all from the same day, the day I did the work. From June. So it probably still worked at that point. I mean, I can just try it. There we go. No, that's not right either. Let's try this one. Why am I not getting hexes? Why does this look like it does? That doesn't make any sense. I wonder if that version's too old. What are we loading as a mask? Patches 11. Okay, are we even using... We shouldn't be using the mask picture for this. So we load the patch text, but that's for the new path. For this path, we should... Right, we get weights from it, but here we rewrite all the weights. Yeah, we rewrite all the weights, so it doesn't matter what's in the patch text. Yeah, and there we write the fourth one. So it's not that. What? The reason I'm irritated is because I had planned to actually show stuff. Like the whole thing I was building to was showing actual stuff. But now the showing the stuff is gated behind me fixing a stupid bug. Because I don't know how to get back to the old state because I didn't check it in the working old state. I don't think. It's just annoying. And I even thought about this last night. When I was thinking, oh, maybe I could announce the stream, and then I didn't get far enough. I was like, also maybe I should roll back that change that I made and make sure I get it working again. Like I had this working 3 days ago or whatever when I was trying the Laplace stuff. But then I had to change it to make it cleaner for the Laplacian stuff and broke it. All right, well, the problem is this thing is also not right. Maybe it is right, and the problem is that the gray coloration... So what we want is, we want the colorizer code from the new stuff. The colorizer code is this. If we put that back in the old version, maybe that helps. Oh, I just need to turn up sharpness. I forgot that I have to turn sharpness so I can see it. Okay, there we go. There's the hexagons. Okay, so now if I go back to the new stuff, does it fix it if I... I forgot to reload. No, okay, this is still broken. So it was a real bug. Yeah, okay. So we'll use this version. Okay. Huh. Okay. So let's talk about this. So this is something I wrote right after I quit. I was thinking about making a game with an outdoor terrain engine, which is one of my many things I think about doing. And one of the things that you run into with outdoor terrain is that tile textures look crappy. And in fact, one of the things, there's a lot of free textures, pretty good high quality PBR textures, but the ones that they do for the ground, they make like these 4K or 8K textures, but they're 4K or 8K for a really small area. I mean, it's not tiny, but it's like, no, like if you're going to give me 8K, give me 8K that covers like 4 meters or something. So like the tiling is less obvious. So this up here is just, it's exactly this. This is just a preview of what this would look like. So, and in fact, if I change the mask scale, we can see that. So there you go. Here I'm just using a single tiling texture. You can see the tiling a little bit. And like back in the bad old days, I would like spend time trying to tweak the texture to hide the, like manually go in and go like, you can kind of see that it's because it's this dark area. So if we reduce the contrast, we can improve it. In fact, I actually have code that I have an engine where I have code that as the bitmaps go up, it tries to reduce the contrast in the bitmaps to to make the tiling of the bitmaps less obvious. And then actually it pushes back down changes that it made back down into the high-res data so that it's always a valid bitmap of the high-res data. So there's a standard thing that people do nowadays to avoid it. I don't remember what exactly it's called. I was just looking at Jason Booth, who's a Unity developer who made a system called Microspot. I think he called it stochastic texturing, but I believe that's actually normally used for something else. So the idea is that in the same way you do, if you know anything about terrain blending between multiple materials, you basically do that blending with just the same texture, but you use rotated and offset swatches of the texture. And in this case, what's happening is you blend between these you have a hexagonal swatch of texture, and then you blend it against the next hexagonal swatch of texture, and each hexagon is basically pseudo randomly computed as a rotation and an offset into the texture. And if we bring up the color so we can see where we are, and we take the sharpness, and now we turn the color off. So if you look, can I move? Yeah, okay. Right, so like the way this leaf ends is weird, and is that because it's at the mask? Yeah, right, so that's the blend region, is that little region there. Which is fine, and there's a separate thing you can try to do that, which is the Laplacian texture stuff. But that's like good. The claim that we're making is that's good enough if it's hiding the tiling. And it is hiding the tiling, if you remember what the scaled one looked like. That way. Right, it's very obvious tiling. I picked a texture that's not as bad as some textures could be, but and then so if we do this thing, it looks like on the top right, it looks like we're moving up, but we're not. We're scaling that. That's just a hexagonal grid being uniformly scaled, but we happen to be standing right above the origin of where it's scaling from. So I guess if we move away from the origin, maybe it won't look as much like we're moving vertically. Yeah, well, now it looks like it's translating now it looks like we're flying up to the side. But anyway, we're not moving at all. We're just changing the size of those masks, right? And so if we look at the amount of tiling that we're seeing, now I should open up the Twitch window so I can see what this looks like to you guys. We full screen that. Okay. Right, so you can see all these like weird patterns up here. And that's caused by the, oh, right, that won't update instantly. Right, so here if I use very large hexes, we're getting these big repeating sections. That's not useful at all. But I just wired this up to, arbitrary range so that I can do whatever I want. I didn't worry about it. So you pick a size like that. All right, and what's a realistic head height? I don't actually know. Maybe it's that. I'm not sure exactly what the scale is here. So if this is a realistic head height, you tweak these and you get something like that. Right, and so all it's doing is, as we said, it's making these hexagonal swatches and masking between them. And we can tweak how sharp that transition region is. So this is sort of the canonical way to do it. A way that I had tried to do it in the past is I just had a big repeating texture and I slapped swatches down at random on it, and it didn't really help enough. But this is what people have come up with since. So what I did is I wanted to try this, so I made this. But I also was curious, sort of a historical artifact. Like, nowadays, it's so much cheaper to do compute in the GPU. But in the old days with like register combiners, you couldn't do very much compute, but you could fetch a bunch of textures. And so I was kind of curious, like, how good could you have done in the old days if you did this a different way? So you don't get to pseudo randomly choose different swatches or different hexagons, but we could just have a weight texture, and so oh, that's kind of like what we were seeing. Yeah, okay. So I was like, well, what if we just had 4 different textures and we use these as our weights? So we would just get kind of random pieces of textures everywhere. So this is patches 2. Is it 02 or 2? It's patches 2. And we want to disable the hex stuff. We'll see if that's actually still set up correctly or not. No, I don't think it is. The mask color looks wrong. Yeah, it's still doing hex stuff. Are we running the new one or the old one? We're running the old one. What happens if we run the new one? But we disable hex. Now we hit the low pass weight. We'll just turn that on. It doesn't hurt. Okay, yeah, I think that's right. So here's that crazy mask texture we were looking at before. And due to a bug, I'm having these tiling boundaries. Wait, let me think. What's that caused by? Like, is that an artifact? Like it's showing in the mask, which doesn't make any sense because the mask texture should just be like that. So the problem is we're perturbing the weights in some way still somewhere in here. Well, that's not great, but it shouldn't matter. Oh, yeah, that's not even the path we're taking. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Well, that should disable the class. No, it's still showing the tile boundaries. Is that because of this again? What did this end up needing to be? It might be because of this again. Let's... I really should have put the time into this. Okay, there we go. So that's what the actual texture looked like. So, do that. So the idea is if we were doing random sampling on the hex grid, we would just have weird discontinuities here. So in this path, we're not doing any random pseudo randomness at all. What we do, actually, we do have some pseudo randomness right here. So let's do the version where we don't. I don't know, how is that working? How does that work if the features don't align to the thing? How could random sampling ever work? I don't know. I'm not sure what that's accomplishing. Maybe it was causing artifacts that I just wasn't noticing. So what you can see is that, yeah, it does help some, the distant stuff, but you can see the mask starts to tile. So let's push the mask away like that and bring the mask down and look at that. It's like, yeah, that does work pretty well. So what we're seeing is 4 copies of this texture, but they're sampled with different orientations. So they don't line up with each other. And so then when you blend between them, they hide they have all the same artifacts of blending between 2 copies of the thing, but it doesn't require any pseudo randomness because the relative rotations are effectively pseudo random, especially when combined with this mask texture that's pretty random in where things happen. So yeah, there should be a seam right there. Right, there's a seam right there where it's cross-random. And so I was like, yeah, we actually could have done a decent job of this by just having multiple rotated copies of the texture. Now that hexagon one is designed to do that because that way you only need 3 textures, because you only ever have 3 adjacent hexagons. So I was like, well, what if I just, instead of this, I have a thing that only has 3 colors in it? Will that look good enough? Let's find a seam. And, you know, maybe you've designed the mask better, you could make it work better. But you can start to see pattern here. Right, here we're just looking at one texture, basically. And then we, like if I bring in just a tiny bit of color, hopefully you can still see the tiling and see the color at the same time. Maybe not. It's probably too subtle after compression. So you just have to rely on the fact that you can see up here. Right, but like maybe there's too much yellow, and if I fix that, maybe you could do better. And so maybe you could get this to kind of work. But 3, not quite good enough. But then I had a new idea. I was like, what if we could improve? So this is something I need to write a little paper, you know, like blog post on or something. What if instead of using 3 colors, but 3 texture samples? Okay, let me talk about why 3 texture samples, what the problem is. So this is something Jason Booth had, that I was watching his Microspot thing about specifically because of this. So the issue is when you're doing a train texturing thing, what you're going to end up having is multiple materials adjacent to each other. You know, you have some grass and some dirt, and you have to blend between those. And a common way to do this is to have just a grid, a rectangular grid, and you have like a different texture at every sample point. And so in a given square, you're going to interpolate in 4 different colors from the corners. You have to define the thing at the corner, the textures, the materials at the corners. So each of those materials that you bring in itself internally prevents tiling by sampling 3 copies. So now you need to do 12 samples, and that's just for the diffuse. You need corresponding normal map and specular. So now you have 3 textures, if you do specular for your ground, which you might not. So now you have 3 textures to sample. You need 3 copies, 3 samples for each to do the tiling suppression, and then 4 materials, and now you're 3 times 3 times 4, 36 texture samples. And if you do triplanar mapping, where you're picking the texture mapping in world space along each of 3 possible axes and using the axis that aligns blending between the, naively doing whichever axis aligns the most. Like this is how you can get the vertical face to look good, because otherwise the vertical face gets stretched out if you're just using a ground projection like I am in this. If you do the triplanar mapping, now you have to do 3 times as many again. Because you have to actually smoothly blend between this. So the number of samples you need to take blows up really big. So anything you can reduce multiplicatively helps on all of that. So you could switch from 4 materials because you have a rectangular grid to 3 materials, which I'm not going to do. The rectangular grid is just so much nicer for most things. It's fine for the avoiding tiling because it's not a human edited thing, but because the materials, the stuff that you might want to manipulate, having to have that be a hex grid, I think would just be too annoying. Especially like, because in my case, I'm going to do a height field and the height field is on a grid. And so having the materials aligned to the height field is probably nice. I mean, it shouldn't really matter, but I think it would be better to do grid. So I think I'll have 4 samples of that. Oh, there is another multiplicative factor. If you do the Laplacian texture blending, you now need some more samples multiplicatively, although they're bitmap samples, so they're cheaper. So I thought to myself, what if we used something like this? Let's see what the previous ones were. Yeah, okay. So I was thinking about how could we go down to 2? So here's a different version of 3. And the idea of this 3 is that each of the red samples could still be a different random thing. Because to randomize it, you need to know where a given color appears, and you need to know where it doesn't appear so that you can overlay a bound. So here we can overlay a grid over all the reds and a grid over all the greens and randomly pick for each grid square what the red should be and what the green should be, and guarantee that it would be coherent, that all of a given blob of green would always be a particular color mapped to a particular color in world space because we know where the grid is for it. And of course, we already have the hex approach. Like, it's not like this is an improvement. And it introduces these long stretches of black. But I was just thinking about, what would happen if you did that. And so here's a different, simpler way of doing that. You just have a rectangular splotches, but because you alternate red and green, you don't have to worry about them. So but a problem that happens is as you map, these colors start to overlap each other in the bitmaps. No, it is not a very powerful computer. Windows 7 is not just that fast. I'm just not doing anything. Like, I'm not sure what thing you're seeing that's fast. So this, you would still assign each one to a different random color. And here I was trying to think about how to remove the long strips of black. And none of these have actual masking. Like, this is just me sort of trying ideas. And so now here I gave them sort of a soft mask and a rough edge. In fact, the soft masking isn't perfect. But the rough edge to help hide the, where the swatches are. So this is sort of back to my original idea of just do one big texture and then put down random splotches, where the black is the one big texture and then the red and green are the random splotches. And then I thought, well, wait, if at this point I've pulled the red and green far enough away from each other, I can just have 2 texture samples. I have one for the black and one for the green, and the green changes randomly on every square. And because each green never abuts anything except black, it's a straightforward blend. I don't have to worry that I'm blending between 2 different random colors and worry about where the random transitions are. And that so we go to patches 11. Looks like this. So if we look for the repeating in the distance, yes, we have repeating in the distance, but if we tweak the scale, we still have repeating in the distance. Now, a weird thing that I'm doing is that the mask texture is at a different orientation than the main texture. Like the mask texture is slightly rotated, or vice versa, I guess, actually. The main texture is slightly rotated. And that's so that there's no single strip. Wait, there's a solid strip of yellow here. Right up here. So we're just going to be seeing one texture, all the same rotation, all the same orientation, and it would repeat. But that same spot on the screen actually doesn't have visible repetition because it doesn't align with the texture. It's actually going diagonally across the texture. And so there's no actual repetition along that black line. So like we can actually see this if I just say, I guess it's going to be, which one are we using now? Yeah, we are using the second one. Oh, I've swapped. Wait, I swapped text 0 and text 3 at some point. I guess that's correct. I guess that was part of this work. I was thinking it was because of the Laplace and stuff. But, so if we say text 0 equals, how do you do this in reload? No? Am I in the wrong one? Oh, okay. So here we see just the base texture. And you can kind of see that, oh, mask, I probably need to tweak the mask sharpness. So which goes, oh, it's RGB, so it's this one. That's the one that was, yeah, okay. So when we see the repetition, like that pattern there, does mask sharpness matter? No, it doesn't. Okay. I thought I had it a little better than that, but so if I scale the mask up, that's part of it is I'm standing really high, but so it's more exaggerated. Am I doing anisotropic? I'm not doing anisotropic. Doesn't help that much. So samples for coherence matter for speed? No. Skip weight 0 samples. 3.5. No, that doesn't seem to matter either. Approximate time coast should be slower. Doesn't seem to change anything. Okay, so let's. Oh, that's a pretty huge swatch that we're looking at that doesn't really repeat very much. Oh, I was doing all that testing, like, yeah, okay. So we want the swatches to be pretty big. Yeah, about like that. And then the sharpness, maybe like that. And then let's go up. Yeah, no, it's still pretty repetitive. I swear it looked better than this before. Maybe that's, maybe I'm using too large a, I don't know, I swear it looked better than this. But I don't think I've changed anything that would affect that. So maybe I just didn't notice. Or maybe this just, I mean, this was work I did 8 months ago. I thought it came out okay, but maybe it didn't come out okay. Maybe that's why I went and implemented the hex one, because I was like, oh, this isn't good enough. Anyway, so this was the idea, was just, can I make it work with 2? And maybe not. I think the strategies all seem like they should. Oh, I bet I disabled it. I disabled the randomness probably, or something. No, it's still there. The RGBA. It's text 1. It's this one. It's using the same rotation though. Maybe that helps. We use a different rotation. This isn't even doing a different random rotation for every sample. We could do that, right? Oh, we do. That's what this is doing. Right, that's in the RTC. Okay, right. Now we're randomly rotating every swatch, and that might help. Right, because I did change some stuff. Okay, so any interest in modern APIs? I mean, they won't give me any advantage, I don't think. Okay, so we want the mask scale to be larger swatches. Okay, yes, much better. I mean, I still see it, but I think it's much better with the random rotations, assuming that they're actually happening. Let's do 3 equals 0. So these should all be rotated differently. It's hard to tell. There is a little bit of shadowing built into them. Is that shadow in a direction? I think it is. Right, it looks like there's a shadow going up and to the right on that one. Well, it may not be perfect, but I think it is actually good enough. Yeah, it was just because I disabled that randomness while I was testing something. While I was testing the Laplacian stuff. So here you go. This is worthy of a blog post, I think. So in the end, it is one fixed texture and then an these overlaid swatches. And the thing is like, okay, so then the problem becomes mip mapping, and I haven't addressed it here, as we're only computing one random value at every pixel. So if a single pixel covers 2 of these swatches because of mip mapping, like about here, it becomes wrong. The way to fix it is that only happens if pixel. So in this data, and this isn't even perfect. Like you can see, I didn't get the soft edges correct because I did all this in Photoshop, and it needs improvement. And like a lot of these are just strict copies. Like this maybe doesn't need to be this big too. Like the rough edges, maybe you could just use a single shape with all the rough edges. But I was just trying to get something to work, and didn't spend a lot more time on it. But the thing that happens is this one and this one are going to get assigned different orientations. And so if they ever got too close together, like you can see that this sticks out and this sticks in, which gives the illusion that they're spaced far apart, but there's actually a boundary edge here. Okay, so as you mip map, if these things ever pull up to the edge, when you sample a single pixel, that's going to sample 4 fragments in that 2x2 arrangement. And if that 2x2 arrangement ever actually crosses over where there ought to be a different random swatch on one side and different random swatch on the other side, that's a problem. Now, because there's a big black border down the beginning, it doesn't happen at MIP 0. But as you MIP up higher and higher levels, those things start to approach the edges more and more. And if you ever get green on a row of edge pixels, you'll get this artifact where it needs to be sampling from 2 different random swatches and it's not. But all you do is you adjust the mip maps. You tweak the mip maps so the mip maps always have a 1 pixel wide border on every mip map level. That's going to cause the mask to become less and less strong. But I think it's you can push back a little bit, push some energy back into the middle. But I also think like as you mip map more and more, as these things get small enough that they're mip mapping significantly, you're far enough away that the mip is becoming just a single color anyway. So I think it would be fine. So I do think this technique, and I haven't done that work. I didn't do the work to adjust the bitmaps. So it does have the artifact. But I think this is actually a totally viable approach, and it will multiply that multiplicative terrain sampling problem by 2/3. It'll save 33% of all of your samples if you're doing this kind of technique. You do have to sample the patch texture, but that's not multiplicative. That's just one extra sample. And you could make that pretty small and highly coherent if you want to. Like I was saying, you don't need to have 32 by 32 things or whatever. You could probably just have one 16 by 16 texture, or just use a circle, compute it. So that was some work I did right after I left Rad. I came up with this idea. I need to write it up. And I knew I wanted to show this on stream. I don't know what else I should show on stream. What else have I worked on? Oh, right. I want to show the other. I know what the main thing I want to show is the project I plan on working on. It's what I should show. But is there anything else I ought to show? I could show the. I screenshotted a couple things about planetary atmosphere rendering and this idea of having big ships. Do you have your latest slice-based voxel renderer? So the thing that happened with this is a long time ago, I did a few years back, I did a compute shader voxel-based thing that's this weird trick of using vertical slices. And one day when I ran it, it suddenly had gotten slower, and I tried to go back in my repo and I could not fix it. Why is this cropped weird? Why can I not move? Wait, well, let's take the forked version then. Okay, there we go. So this is a compute shader. There's a bug when you're raycasting right along 0 that I had fixed at some point, and then it got unfixed, and I never went back and fixed it. So you can see my frame time is not great. That's even slower than I remember it being. I wonder if this, because this is a fork, I wonder if I was testing some other change in this one. Let's go back to this one and check what the performance is just to see. Hello. 16. What was the other one? Oh, it's look, that one's 60 FPS clamped in the default scene. This is way slower. Okay, so this has something in it that I was testing. I'm going to check one thing that it might be. It could be that I was performance testing, so I draw the voxels multiple times. Where's the render voxels? Yep, there we go. Okay, easy fix. Okay, so here we go. 60 FPS on this old 980 Ti. You know, if I stick my head in the ground, because it's ray tracing, raycasting, it's very fast. But if I look up, it can get slower, although there's an invisible ceiling, so it doesn't go too far. This all aliases badly in the distance, but that is, the engine is designed to address that with voxel mid mapping. I just never implemented it. Because, yeah, what happened is one day I came in, I actually recorded a brief demo of it, and it was running at like 3 milliseconds for this scene. And then one day I came in and it was running at 12 milliseconds per frame. And I like dug into the repo and tried to figure out what I changed. But as far as I could tell, I like went back a couple versions and it was still all slow. This was Windows 7, then there were no updates happening to Windows 7. I had not updated the driver. I don't know how it possibly could have changed, but I could not figure it out and I kind of gave up on it. Like, I was just like, well, what's the point? The idea that I had for why I was doing this, what resolution is this running at, is what you're asking. It's not upscaled. Well, I mean, it's upscaled, but I guess we'll just go to main and check. Oh, the cursor. Let's grab the cursor. 1600 by 1080. It's actually sampling more than that vertically and then resampling it, but for various reasons. And yeah, like we said, it's on a 980 Ti. So it probably does a lot better on a, wasn't that much better on a 1080 as I recall, but probably once you go 2080, 30, 90, you'd see some improvement. So the idea is I was thinking about like PUBG and those kind of battle royale games. And yeah, these are voxel trees that somebody released that I bought them and dropped them in the game just to have something besides this terrible height field. By the way, the height field is actually DEM data, digital elevation map of somewhere in western United States, like maybe kind of not Grand Canyon, but you can kind of see that the feature in the center of the screen here, that's too large. Looks a little bit like that kind of geography. So rather than like a fractal, it's just actual real world stuff. You know, and this is like a river or a road, probably a river, because it's so flat. But so, you know, this, let's turn off flying. But so you can see that the ground here, you know, has some intricacy to it. Just, you know, whatever. But these are pretty tiny voxels. It's not quite realistic for grass, but it's something. The engine is actually computing exact intersection points with these things. So it actually could compute texture coordinates and actually texture them if I wanted to. I just didn't want to do that for this purpose. But so, the reason that this happens, did I disable it? I think I disabled it in this version. I don't see the tall grass in this. Yeah, I apparently disabled it for some reason in this version, so that's why we forked it. Let's try a different fork. Not all of these, some of these are probably doing something different, but some of these are just forks. Yeah, see, this is the change that I saw. Okay, yeah, this is a good version. It's just a debugging thing just to show what the bounding box of the trees are, basically. You can see the bottom, where the bottom of the tree is and stuff. Anyway, okay, here's the tall grass. So the idea I had was I was looking at PUBG, Daisy, and games like that. That these big outdoor spaces. But one thing that happens is it's a lot of ranged combat where you're like zoomed way out, and then you zoom in and you fight people. And what can happen is you have like this tall grass where you are, and you're like, I can hide in the grass, and you get down in the grass. But actually, the renderer, because when someone is far away from you, looking away from you, they don't draw the tall grass because there's way too much grass visible at that distance. And I was like, well, if I don't make transparent grass that you can't render efficiently, if it's just voxels, I can just keep rendering the voxels out into the distance. And so I can make it so that this guy, no matter how far away from him you get, is still always, his bottom is totally covered by the grass. Oops. And that would be actually a gameplay affecting thing. Like, oh, you could actually hide in tall grass if it were like that. Obviously, I'm not drawing them out very far, but so that was the idea behind this. That was a motivation for it. But I gave up on this engine. It was amazingly fast, and then it suddenly stopped being fast. And like, you look at the frame. Wait, this is really weird. you can see there's some sub profiling. Maybe it's too small to read for you guys. I don't know. There's a line in the stupid. Is there a way to disable the mouse capture? I don't think there is, because I wasn't streaming this. There's this thing that shows downward, upward, resample, A and B. So that's GPU measured times. Downward is the rays that are below the horizon, so they're traveling downward. Upward is the rays that are above the horizon, so they're traveling upward. And you can see we spend a lot more time on the upward rays than the downward rays. And that's because the downward rays terminate because they run into the ground very quickly. And the upward rays do not terminate and go very far. In fact, if anything, it's surprising that it's not as much. But it's interesting, that time only adds up to like 6 milliseconds. I probably just have VSync on, right? Because the numbers in here was 11, not 16. So probably it's just that the VSync is on. I don't even know where that is now. Well, it could be in the code too. VSync. Disable VSync is set so that I can profile. But it could be that I have driver, that like the NVIDIA is forcing it back on. Vertical sync. Use the application setting. Okay, so it shouldn't. Well, something is going wrong and it is not disabling VSync. I don't know why. Right, if I go down really low. No, it is working. Okay. Wait. Okay, so wait, where is all the time going? 2 and 4 and 17. Where is all that time going? It was just coincidence that it happened to be 60 FPS. Well, wait, where is this frame time going? Now it suddenly seems like this is a debuggable problem that I had given up on. This is not what I was seeing when I put this code in, because if I had seen this, I would have been like, oh, well, I need to find out where the non-GPU code is, because apparently that's what's causing the problem. The idea here is everything is being done on the GPU. The CPU is doing nothing here. The resample is, as I mentioned, I actually sample more vertically, more than, because of the way it handles tilting the camera. It's sampling extra and then has to resample it after the fact. And I kind of want to go figure out what's going wrong here. Like where can I just run Sleepy? Oh, it's a stupid mouse. I've got to put in something to disable the mouse capture. All right, let's check if there is something to disable, or maybe I can. No, because the problem is I teleport the mouse to the center to make the mouse movement thing work. I don't know what the right way to do that is. I guess Blender wraps the mouse around if you drag it off the edge while you're using it to control something. Maybe that's the right thing to do for this, because then it would interoperate better. All right, well, we'll just restart it. So main, so mouse. I have a way to control that. Do I have a way to control that? Or just mouse look? Is that why I haven't enabled disable for mouse look? So where do we capture the mouse? CPU platform. I don't know what we call it. Set capture, raise capture. Auto capture. I'm actually capture mouse on up down. Right. What else do we capture it? Set capture. Is it just if we enabled? No. Oh, because we're using set cursor, not set capture. Not set cursor. What is the function? Position cursor. Set cursor pause. That's what's happening. Mouse cursor invisible. Cursor keep in. Yeah, that makes sense. But that's not the 0 value. Why is that the one we're on? Is that the one we're on? It's a release build, so that might not. Okay. Is that pink set in main? Oh, SUVP cursor. Okay. What are the options? Okay, so what we want to do is if API.keys of, what do we want to use? Mouse. When M is used, okay, Z is not used. Z dot. Let's press. It's an enum. It's an enum and 0 is not. It should be that this is 1 and this is 0, so that. Oops. See here, API isn't completing. Wait, oh, it's API. No wonder. Keys. Oh, not keys. Input dot. Control. So if control is pressed, we go keep in. Otherwise, we go cursor. Okay. I don't have the. I just did a thing for this. Okay, there we go. No. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Need to hide that. Yeah, we're done with that. So okay, good. So now this is back to. Oh, you can actually see a weird distortion at the bottom when I look down too far. And that's the resampling thing that I was talking about not working correctly if you look straight down. The magenta looks like white. Yeah, it is totally weird. I mean, it's just a debugging color, right? But what was it doing? I had wanted to, I wanted to see if I could just run VC6. So first we want to get in that spot where we were seeing that performance behavior. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. And then minimize that so that we can find very sleepy. Oh, this it's going to be a challenge to start the profile while we're looking in the right direction. Okay, it's not a challenge. I have no idea what that means. Yeah, I mean, mostly we're waiting on the GPU. SBB main is only 13% inclusive, but everything should be under SBB main. What? I guess it's because it's measuring all this driver time that's not detectably under, that it doesn't have the call stack to see that it's under SWing. I have no idea what any of this stuff is. Is this just the driver acting up? Is this some other part of the compute? Not the non-compute? Because I'm only profiling the compute stuff. Is there non-compute? I mean, I'm drawing the characters and stuff, but that's so minimal. What could be spending all this time? I guess I should add GPU profiling regions around all of the frame and make sure it's in the GPU, not in the CPU. Look at that. It's like 2 milliseconds on the GPU and 9 milliseconds total. Can you run this again? I forget how, I haven't used Very Sleepy in 5 years. I forget, is there no way to start it again? Do you have to just launch a new one? Is this a release build? Maybe it's a debug build. Shouldn't affect the performance because it's all on the GPU. Oh, that's interesting. But this is VC6, so maybe it's all different. Like, it could be something totally different, but sure, we'll check it. Can we expect more streams from now? Yes, hopefully. I hope that I'll start streaming very regularly, but we'll grow into it and see whether I'm up for it. Well, yeah, let's... I don't think there's going to be any conditional breakpoints, but we can run it not in the debugger. That's probably a good idea. Which one did we end up on? Voxcall 3, I think. And then release. Okay, it still shows the same performance difference. That's good. It wasn't just that the whole time. So now we'll see whether that. So now we release that. Very sleepy. Voxcall. Okay, so we're seeing the. Did I fully answer that? Yeah. No. Okay, that's just what we're getting on Win 7 with this driver. Draw person is taking 0.28 seconds, but there's no way it takes any significant GPU time, and that should just be CPU. So like, yeah, like this is what you'd expect if it's GPU, I think. I think this is all evidence that it's GPU time. Present is potentially blocking waiting for VSync, but as we can see, it does not seem to be VSyncing. So it shouldn't spend much time in present. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. Yeah, I don't think it's on the CPU side. So something in the GPU is causing it to go slow, and I don't know what. And maybe I changed something. Maybe in a future stream, I'll actually look further into that. But what I wanted to talk about So I was saying, is there anything else I should look at? And Pear suggested looking at this. Pear, did you want me to talk about it at all? I got caught up in the debugging. Assuming Pear is still around. Are there any others that I want to show? Yes, you can try commenting stuff out until it speeds up, but because it's on the GPU, there's not very much stuff to comment out at this point. Like you saw the profiling of the major steps of it. Also, I need to capture a camera location and set that to default, because as soon as I start commenting stuff out, I may not be able to really move the camera to the right spot anymore if I'm not drawing everything. But right, like there could be somewhere in here, there's just a draw call or a call that's computing stuff and doing nothing with it, and it never gets used, and it's just taking up time. Like I have code to compute lighting on the map. Are there shadows? I don't remember. Yeah, so all the trees are casting shadows. And so there's code to offline compute the shadow. I don't compute that in real time. That's a static pre-computed shadow. And to do that, it traces rays, and it's very slow. And the code is in here as this ground shadows make. So if you were making ground shadows, it would definitely go slow. Let's make sure we're not making ground shadows. We're not. So I could comment out stuff like that that's not being used, that in theory isn't being used, and make sure it's not being used. Yeah, maybe what we'll do is we'll have a future stream where I look into this. I have not tried RenderDoc, but yeah, it's Win 7. I'm not sure RenderDoc even works on Win 7 anymore. Like maybe some old version does. But yeah, so I don't think I want to dive into it today, but yeah, maybe we'll come back to it and streams, investigate, box call. So one of the things is I mentioned when I explained how it works is that did I ever get a reply from Pear? No. Okay. When I did the stream to explain how it works, one thing I mentioned is there's no what's it called? Open space skipping? I forgot. Suddenly forgotten the term for it. Normally, you try to avoid stepping a ray through an area where there's nothing. You skip over that space. And this works by, instead, this is fast, not by blank space skipping. We step over every grid square in the 2D world, but it's fast because it's doing ray bundles. And so I did start doing a new columnar thing, totally different set of constraints than this one. This one has these terrain tiles. And so I started doing a new one that didn't work the same way as that and had open space skipping. And which I may go back to at some point or may not. But we can definitely investigate this one. But I think back when this happened, I must have tried all these things. I must have tried disabling everything, because I spent weeks trying to figure out why it had gotten slow and never figured it out. And I bet you I tried all these things. But we can try it again. Certainly, it's a weird data point to look at that and see that those numbers. Something seems like it's going on. Maybe I'm running something else on the computer. Processes. OBS. I don't think the OBS GPU should consume that much. I do have tons of Firefoxes and stuff open, but I don't think any of that's actually going to affect the performance. Yes, and it would have extra fresh eyes on it. So yeah, that's why we put it in here. We'll look at it on a future stream. But now let's turn to what people were asking ages ago. Jesus, it's already 4 o'clock. right? We started at what, 12:30? Yeah. So this is my current project that I was thinking about working on when I started this. It's an old project that had this this terrain test thing. Right, it looks exactly the same. But this now is actually an experiment I was doing that's totally terrible with audio synthesis. And I'm not set up to hear what comes through on Twitch, so I don't know if this is actually going to even happen. Let's try it. It's this one. Let me know if you heard a click. Not just the mouse click, but a click. Desktop audio. Wait, the audio mixer doesn't show. It has a webcam. I don't want webcam audio. All right. First of all, testing, testing. Am I still audible? Yes. The capture card is not showing up in the audio mixer. Why is the capture card not showing up in the audio mixer? Oh, because it's capture card. It doesn't get audio. How am I supposed to route audio from my desktop to the, do I have to record the, I never even thought about this capturing problem. I'm surprised the capture card doesn't also have an audio input. Capture card definitely captures audio, but only if it's routed to it. No, yes, it is HDMI. But it's coming from an OBS projector, and maybe the OBS projector isn't routing the audio. How does it know how to do that? Does it just send it? No, wouldn't I have to set that monitor is my audio output? How would it know to put the audio to that monitor? Or does it just send it to all of them? No, it's because it shows up as an output device. Let me check that. Audio settings. Playback devices. Yeah, no, I don't see an entry for it here. Where? Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, so I could route it to it with that, but then I won't hear it. So that doesn't help. I need to split the audio, which I guess is what that is for. It's just something I installed like 10 years ago and don't remember anything about. Is there an easy way to, like, say, clone it? Or is that why I have to use webcam? But how do people normally do this? So that as monitoring device in OBS. Where would that be? Output. Monitoring device. Okay, well, first of all, that's not making any sound for me either. I need to figure out why that's true. Oh, there. Okay. So now the question is, did it come through for you guys? Set local audio source to be sent to monitoring. How do I do that? Is it this? Properties? Just any sound. It's a weird little chirp sound. Advanced audio properties? Nope. It doesn't matter. This is just a thing I was testing. We can. It's not important, but we do want to The main point of this was to get everything working, so we should get file settings audio to set monitoring device. Yeah, I set the monitoring device, but I don't know how to set it as the... I don't know how to do the second step. Set local audio source to be sent to monitoring. Like, I looked at the properties on desktop audio, and I looked at other things in it, and I don't see anything in it to say send it to the... Oh, unless I just set the device in that. I guess there's no reason I can't set the device in that. Okay. That's just letting me set the general audio device. It seems like I don't even need the other thing. Oh, okay. I looked in there and didn't see it, but audio monitoring. Okay. Audio monitoring of desktop. What is monitor only and mute output? Oh, I see. I'm not using the output anyway, so it doesn't matter what I set that to. And then, is that all I have to do? I keep trying to click on that. Okay, great. So this is just an experiment. Okay, I want to get that one, I think. Or is it? Oh, it's this one. There we go. So all I was trying to do is synthesize a mechanical click, and it's not quite mechanical enough here. I think duration is ignored for this one. It's not for these. But anyway, and so while I was doing it, I like just set up a whole bunch of other things just to try to see if whether you got interesting sounds from it. So it's basically a ring modulator. I need to sweep the second one. So yeah, I apologize if this gets too loud. Are we supposed to? Well, I heard it once. Oh, is it stopped working? You're not hearing that? What did I mean, I just said it. I don't know what else I can set. Monitor output, tracks, sync offset, mono, volume. I mean, it set the monitor and the monitor set to the thing and you heard it for a moment, or you heard something. Maybe you just heard a click. Yeah, I've heard a ring, but really low. Oh, maybe right. I mentioned this before. The capture card is not showing as a mixer source. So yeah, you were just getting bleed from something into the mic. The problem is that the streaming OBS is not showing the capture card as having audio, which is interesting because when they originally did it, it only gave it to me as an audio source. Let me check the properties on it. It only has configure video for the audio. Maybe this one. It's just a synthetic chirp sound, like a sine sweep. Well, it's gotten a little more complicated now because I turned on that other thing. Can I turn down the volume? Yeah. I can turn down the volume like this. So it's just a weird, goofy sound. And let me sit far away from the headphones. So probably you didn't hear anything. I don't know. I mean, there's no mixer. There's nothing in the mixer to support it. There's the webcam audio, there's my microphone audio, there's the desktop audio, and that's it. Do I have to add a source? No. The Elgato source, there's nothing in the properties for it to control audio. Maybe this is oh, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. Wait, why is that the webcam? Oh, I named them backwards. I named my webcam and my right, because you manually, in OBS, you manually name your sources. All right, let me turn the volume way down. Okay, oh, I do not need to turn it down. Hope this isn't too loud. That should have come through. I can see it on the monitor. Yeah, okay. Very silly. So what did I do there? I changed this. This wants to be 0. And it's this one. So it's just supposed to be a click. Let me get my mouse clicking further away so that doesn't interfere. But the click is a fairly complicated waveform. I don't have a waveform display because this is something I was just playing with. I didn't intend to show this. I just looked at the waveform of an actual click and saw what it was doing, and then sort of tried to figure out how could I synthesize and replicate it. And this happened to be similar. It happened to involve something that I could think of. I could turn into this. So what this is it's a ring mod. So there's a sine sweep here. So it starts at this frequency, which is 17% of the sample rate. So it's 44 kilohertz. 20% would be, I think it was 7 kilohertz was what the goal was or something. No, it was this. No, it's 1/7. It's 1/7 of 44. Anyway, it's very high pitch. But then it sweeps down, and we can make it sweep down a lot farther. Let's go slower. Right, okay, so that's just a sine sweep. But it's being ring modulated by this second oscillator, which just means it's multiplying them as it computes them. So which is why you hear like an upward pitch instead of a downward pitch. Just because that's what ring modulation does. It does all these weird things. So anyway, but the important thing is that there's this weird ring mod effect I have here. So I can also ring mod it by a square wave. And that square wave can have a bias, so it's a pulse wave. That actually makes it square wave now, I think. Yeah. So you hear a sort of distortion. Let's see, if we just set the oscillator frequency really low, then we're mostly just hearing this by itself, probably. If we don't sweep it, that was the problem. I don't know why that does that way. But yeah, so the square wave just sounds kind of noisy once it gets ring modded by the sine wave. But I have this fancy one. So the ring mod is you're just multiplying both waves by each other. But the effect I actually wanted was very different, which is I wanted you do a full oscillation of the sine wave, and then you change the volume, and you do another full oscillation, then you change the volume. And so the reason for this is because what I saw when I was looking at it, this click that I was trying to emulate, is it looked like a sine wave, but its volume changed, but it changed it very discreetly. It was first it was loud, then it was quiet, and then it was loud. It was like three cycles at full volume, one at half volume, 3 cycles at full volume, one at half volume, and 1 cycle at full volume, something like that. And so, which is what this does. Except I've changed everything else so it doesn't work correctly anymore. Okay, the click at the end is just because it's staying up, so we give it a little release. No, it's not why it's staying at the end, because the release isn't helping. And so if I lower the pitch, it's doing 3 cycles and then look quieter and then 3 cycles. Let's bias, scale, and offset. We want 0 and 1 by default. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay. Nope, this one. So you hear this 2 pulses, boom, boom. You hear this 2 low pitch things, and that's the 3 cycles of this low pitch. Like that's now slow. The low pitch is so slow that now you can hear the pulses having an effect concretely. But when it's high pitched, and we do that stuff at the pitch rate, right? Like we're not changing these at the same time. We're changing them relative to the cycle. Now the cycle is really fast, and so it just sounds like a single thing. I don't know where that click at the end is coming from. Something in here. Part of it is I'm letting this run a long time. So these run for the duration, but this intentionally just runs to this strict set of 3 and 1 pulses. Yeah, okay, I just had set that too high. And for some reason that doesn't work. So it's just meant to be, like I said, a click. But then I wanted to see what else you do for it. So like I was saying, so you can get a sine wave modulated by a square wave, but then you have this weird zero crossing thing. So I was originally trying to do that without this explicit pulses. Instead of 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, I was trying to make a square wave that goes between 0 and 1 and have it be the right length and phase that it would create a similar effect. And so that is, this has to be 0. This can't sweep. I can't set it to exactly. Oh, I can't set it to exactly. I forget now what bias is. I'll have to think about that in a second. So, oh, right. Yeah, the bias is, yeah, forces it to be 1 more. So by default, it's a square wave. What we want is we want it to be high more often at the start. And then at the end, we want it to be low more often. And then we want to go from 0.3 to 0.1. Oh, this now. Oh, why is that? Oh, because I've changed all these. So, and it needs to only be, I think it was 4 milliseconds. So there's a click a little bit like the original click I was getting from this, but it doesn't quite sound right. It's got a little too much pitch to it and stuff, and so that was why I added this effect to try. Anyway, that just happened to be the thing I was playing with. Was I wanted to see if I could synthesize audio that sounded mechanical, and the answer is I could probably put more time into it and get there. But okay, so we just need to turn off this else. See if it still compiles. Okay. So this should look familiar. This is an early draft of that same thing that we've been seeing this whole time. That I've forked off from this code base into that other code base to explore it further. But this is meant to be a terrain engine. That's what the thing is. And so now I will finally talk to you about this terrain engine, which is the main project I plan to work on. So the pitch is that it's like an outdoor terrain engine like you see in PUBG, in DayZ, in Arma. It's a very large world. In this case, 32 kilometers by 32 kilometers. Of course, very large open world can mean all sorts of things at different scales. Racing games are much bigger, and Skyrim or whatever. But I was thinking about Arma and PUBG, and these are larger than the typical Arma and PUBG maps. And sort of the idea, if I go further, I kind of want to do like demonstrate. It's more this demonstrative isn't really the right word. Like show people that computers are fast. And so what if I made a multiplayer game and it actually had an efficient server, so you could actually run a server on a potato and yet it has 500 people on it. Now, one aspect of that is that that's going to use a lot of bandwidth, and you need a game design that's suitable for that. And obviously a thing I could do with this is like a battle royale, like a PUBG, but you actually don't want 500 players, or like if you had an engine that was capable of putting in like 1,000 players at once, you don't actually want to do a battle royale with that, because now you'll only win 1 in 1,000 times instead of 1 in 100 times, and that's going to feel even worse. It's going to be even less likely that you're the winner. I just a classical client server with client side prediction. So right now I'm leaning, if I make a game with it and not just an engine, towards maybe a DayZ like kind of game, which is why you can see DayZ up here, which is like my issue of DayZ. But anyway, the main pitch for the rendering engine, which is the starting point for this, is that it's a huge world, 32 kilometers by 32 kilometers, with no streaming. You upload everything in the entire world onto the GPU at the start. You might have if you had multiple maps, like in the Arma sense, if you had multiple 32 kilometer by 30 kilometer maps, then those are separate. But when I ran through the stats, it looked like about 2 kilobytes per second per player is feasible for a DayZ-like game, where like in an intense situation where you have multiple groups near each other, so you're sending a lot of data about all of them, 2 kilobytes per second still seemed reasonable. So I think I wouldn't want to host. You definitely don't want to put it on AWS. But you could have a system like I think DayZ still maybe does, of letting users run their own clients. And if you as long as you have reasonable bandwidth. I mean, like I was saying, I'm running 10 megabit per second video for the stream. That's a megabyte per second. So 500 players times 2 kilobytes per second seems feasible. So, there's an interesting combination of things here. Obviously, a game with 1,000 players where they're all interacting with each other at a high frequency, so you have to send all the data for all of them to all of them, is never going to work. So, like, one of the other things people do with Arma, groups like Shack are playing multiplayer, either PvE or PvP, but they're 2 teams. Instead of like a bunch of isolated people, you have a whole bunch of people in a squad and multiple squads, and then you're fighting with other things. And they run. I haven't watched a Shack video in a while, but I think sort of 50 to 100 players, maybe. I don't remember now. Probably on the 50 side, so it might be interesting for those types of teams if they could have a 500 player game with good that works well, and that might be possible with this too. It's just that the bandwidth is going to be a lot higher. You probably couldn't host it on a home machine anymore. Although I mean, the US, even in the US now, the average upload bandwidth is getting up there. I think people are like 50 megabits per second maybe is the average upload, even though the US is behind. So you could still potentially do a lot better. And the net code can try to ameliorate adaptively and stuff, and that's included in the 2 kilobytes per second though. But anyway, so the pitch is that fit all of the data for the entire map, 32K by 32K, in 2 gigabytes on the GPU. That's the idea. Yeah, that's the thing about AWS is that their exfil, that's a term that's used in the industry. Their rate for bandwidth that's outside of AWS is crazy. Like they charge so much for that bandwidth compared to what it actually, quote unquote, actually costs, which is a nebulous idea. But it's like 10 times what like a dedicated server pays for bandwidth. So while it sounds great to use something like AWS to scale if you were running your own servers, it seems like a nightmare to actually do it. Like the math on that is just crazy. We could talk about that on some stream. Even doing dedicated servers is it's weird. Like I think I don't remember the numbers. Like I said, we'll do a stream where we talk about it. But I think I figured out that like if a player plays 100 hours, you're going to spend $1 on the bandwidth for that player on this assumption of the that the server has to send out 2 kilobytes per second per player, and that's not counting proximity voice chat. Yeah, peer to peer is just not viable for the networking model. It's got to be, and for the whole knocking through people's through the firewalls or whatever, that whole mess. I'm hoping that just works automatically with UDP with as long as your client server. Descent Trippy, when you say 40 KB, are you talking per second? And is the B bytes or bits? Yeah, no, the reason that I mentioned the AWS versus dedicated is you can imagine, oh, my game is blowing up. I need to scale out my servers fast. And it's, 24 hours or worse turnaround for dedicated servers. So you could imagine the temptation of using AWS. And I guess you could use AWS just to cover over the transition period, maybe. I need more servers instantly, but I'm going to swap them in a day. 20 kilobytes per second. That seems like a lot. Or 40 kilobytes per second. But anyway, so yeah, so the pitch here is that we got totally bogged down in the networking. The original pitch I had for this engine was a smaller open world that fit in a gigabyte, uh, and it's kind of just like a solution in search of a problem. Like the Kraken PS5 could do these teleportation between realms really fast that they showed off in whichever game that was. And this is like that. You could instantly teleport anywhere on the map, no load time. If you came up with a game design where that was useful, it would be super valuable. I don't have any game design for that. I don't even have a plan for a game design for that. I just like the idea of simplifying things down so you just never stream from disk but even you're not streaming between CPU and GPU. It's just all on the GPU. It's just a kind of a neat concept. Like I said, problem solution in search of a problem. So that's what I plan on working on is this terrain engine, which is an idea I had like 10 years ago and toyed with now and then, and maybe actually push through on it here. But I also have a few other projects, and I could flip back to them if I get bored with this. We'll see. And of course, I'm never going to hit AAA quality. Um, I don't even know what I'll do for trees. I have a feeling you could probably get better quality trees on Unreal Asset Store, and uh, I don't know what a mega sponk is. Well, I don't know what a mega bonk is, or a bonk is in this context. If you're implying it from, if mega is just meant to imply the large scale. But I like the idea of doing kind of a classic shooter game, in that as a proof of concept, it helps prove like, oh, like, yeah, like this is not hard to uh like if I'm doing actual guns and actual simple physics, like uh but anyway, so yeah, so I was gonna say, it seems like for trees, like, and stuff like that, you probably can get better assets on the Unity and Unreal stores than you can get on like Turbo Squid or whatever else you can find. So I don't know what I'm going to do for stuff like trees. I don't really want to try to figure out how to run Unreal just to try to figure out how to export a tree model to get it into my game. Like, that seems like a nightmare. Maybe I can get somebody else to do that work. I wonder how much SpeedTree costs to license. I don't think I want to deal with that either. Why is the first link for SpeedTree to Unity? Oh, because Unity acquired it. They still sell it standalone? Yes. Wait, why can't I just download it? Oh, it's just the modeler, not the runtime. Why does this page though just start with a download? It doesn't say that it's a... Okay, plans and pricing. There it is. No, that's for Unity. So is the SpeedTree now just a Unity only thing? And it's just free because it just works with Unity only? TreeGen plugins for Blender. Okay, yeah, that's probably true. So that would be viable. And then I have to make tree rendering tech and stuff. But yeah, and I can just do programmer art to start with. But as you can see, I'm trying to use like real world textures and stuff to try to hit. Like I'll never be able, if I made, like I was saying, one possibility would be to make like a Daisy like game. And the thing is, even if I hit like normal, indie, not goofy indie, but good indie quality for trees and the terrain, there's no way I'm going to actually be able to do that for characters and armor and guns and all that hitting the same kind of level of quality. So if it were like a straight Daisy clone, I mean, not literally, but if it were a straight Daisy style game, I could still never hit that kind of stuff. And then at that point, it's like, well, maybe visually that's it should all be more low poly, cartoony, not programmer art, but not aggressively. But then it's like this weird mismatch. Well, wait, then why is the terrain so like trying to look realistic? So I don't know. That's all problems for the future. I have to actually write all the code first, regardless of that. Yeah, I wouldn't expect random stuff like that Polyhaven stuff to be game viable. I'm not even sure anything is game viable, because what I would want to do is, use alpha stuff, and there's been a push towards doing more, drawing everything less alpha and more physical polys. I guess leaves still have to be alpha outlines, but the Laplacian blending, that's a paper, I forget who now, Bart Wronski, maybe? The idea is to try to improve on the seams when you blend between two textures at a boundary between them, which is what we were talking about doing here for the internal things, but also when you get to the material boundaries between materials. Laplacian texture blending. Yeah, Bart Wronski. And you can read the paper for details, but I'll want to bring up the image to show you. So the idea is just that, where's a good comparison? Okay, so he's showing blending between this light brown and this dark brown. And here the mask is relatively sharp, so it looks like that. And then the mask is softer, and it looks like that. And the mask is very soft, and it looks like that. And the thing is, this is all fine if you don't care. Like, if you're an indie game or whatever, like, yeah, okay, that's fine. But if you actually look at what that looks like the grass is or not grass, these clover things are fading out. Like, it doesn't make any sense. That's not what clovers do. Let me copy that into the stream. And so the idea is that if you do this crazy Laplacian pyramid thing, like this, you break down the detail at different frequencies, basically, and uses different blend weights between them. And you basically are using the sharp mask for high frequency detail, and you're using the very fuzzy mask for the low frequency detail. And that causes the low frequencies to spread across more and the high frequencies to be very sharp. And so it still looks kind of like you have a sharp edge. Like, if that's actually happening, then, those ghosty, these ghosty clovers should still be ghostily there, but because they're not ghostly there with sharp edges, you just kind of don't notice them as much. And the trick is, you can approximate all of this stuff, this Laplacian pyramid, by just using the bitmaps that you already have. And the reason I didn't show it to you in the thing is, it's invisible with this particular set texture, where I'm just using this texture against itself. There's no real high contrast background and stuff. So if you have, I guess it doesn't visually, so it's only an approximation. Like, basically, he figured out this hack you can do with bitmaps and then I don't know, but my guess would be he figured out this hack you can do with bitmaps and then figured out what's the justification for it mathematically. And so the Laplacian of this texture is basically simulated as the difference between the two bitmap levels. So it's like the high frequency detail is, you take the lower bitmap, which is basically cut out all the high frequencies, right? When you downsample to the lower frequencies, you had to filter out all the high frequencies. So you take the difference between them, that gives you the high frequencies back. And so what I'm doing in mine is I just use the base bitmap and the MIP equals 2. And you're supposed to do all of them, right? In theory, you do all of them. MIP1, MIP2, MIP3, MIP4, MIP5, all of them with gradually different masks. And so what I was trying, so I want the lowest cost version of it. And the lowest cost version of it that you can do is only have to do one extra tap. And it's a bitmap, so hopefully it's not too expensive. So all you do is, I'll show you in the code now that we've explained it, because we saw it in the code before, but it's pretty simple. Oh, it was in the other one. That one. And it's in the new one. Where Apostrophe. So we need different weights, right? The blur has to be different between the two. And the way we get these in the first place, this is already how the code works, is that we call this sharpen function. We load our mask texture and it has a blur, a soft edge, and we sharpen it. And we sharpen it differently for the two mipmap levels. And then when we actually do it, here it is. So you can see I've already sampled the mipmaps, the base textures. And then you only want to do this if you always use mipmap 2. You don't use mipmaps 2 levels above. You use the second mipmap level. Because you want it to be consistent. You don't want it, as you change mipmap levels, to now be computing a different thing. Like it's more clear when you read the paper and evaluate as an argument about when you're doing the full stack. When you're doing the full stack, you just stop doing the lowest levels. And so this is doing that, but only doing 2. So yeah, you load the mipmap, you compute the deltas between them, you compute it for just the mipmapped version, and then you add in the deltas. So that's all the code that it takes. And like I said, I didn't get great results, but I think that's just because my test data isn't interesting. He mentions the idea that you can minimize the number of MIP levels that you're sampling from. And he says, it's just worse quality. But the goal here is just to be better than not doing it at all. So hopefully it's viable. It might cause worse, different, weird ghosting effects, in which case it's worse. So maybe it's not viable to skip MIP levels. I don't know. Because he may not have tried it. He may have just written down that it's possible. It took me a long time to actually get this working. Like, it's really easy to misunderstand or get stuff wrong or whatever. But it does seem viable. I will keep that in when I do the actual material blending, so it's actually blending between different materials. This step, the step of blending the 2 or 3 textures to avoid tiling, does need to still happen in Laplacian space, even if you didn't care about it for that. It's not needed for this, because you still need to compute the mipmaps to use as the material. When you get to the material blending, you need the final detailed texture and its mipmap to do the Laplacian there on the material blending. So you still have to do it on this step too. So yeah, so it doubles the number of taps, but since it's only for the mipmaps, I think it's probably, since it's only a mipmap, it's probably fine. It only even runs on the highest res stuff. Yeah, well, so I mean, the point is you can actually do the Laplacian pyramid and compute a totally different thing than the mipmap. And yeah, I think he even mentioned that, yeah, the mipmap filter that you use affects this. And so, yeah, you pick a different mipmap filter, a downsample filter for the mipmaps, and get something closer to the Laplacian result. But again, my feeling is that he probably back engineered this from the mipmaps. And so the argument that the Laplacian pyramid is using the optimal filter might not be true. So I don't even know what the optimal filter would be. And you could also possibly optimize for, I'm only going to use 1 or 2 mipmaps. Like maybe you use mipmap 2 and mipmap 4. And maybe you could optimize for that. Again, like some different way of filtering the different levels. Yeah, all very interesting. And that was when he posted about that and I read that paper, I was like, this is amazing. I don't know why everyone isn't doing this. Does that mean you're proposing to do it with AI? I've hidden this. I forgot about that during when I had the fragment thing up. I forgot that it was still hidden. Yeah, but are you saying that use AI to optimize the filter weights, or do you just think you can do it directly? That's why I've used a weird voice, because I wasn't seriously thinking you meant AI. But yeah, so that's the plan. We'll see. We'll see. And I do have an engine that doesn't work anymore. I think it's this one. Nope, apparently not. What was the error? Oh, no, I just changed this code. This is now, instead of being interleaved, it's interleaved, but with a, yeah, okay. So this is an old thing I did that is broken in some ways so the texture doesn't load anymore. But it's a terrain. I think I actually showed this on stream. I don't know. How do I fly on this one? M for map? Yeah. This is like a turbo squid text tree that I bought. But anyway, so unfortunately, yeah, so you can't see the terrain because the texture doesn't work anymore. But I thought I had some way that I was seeing how it works. Anyway, the terrain, the question is how to draw the terrain, and I had this old one, and I thought I had another one, but this is seamless LOD using morphing between things, so I expect I can get that working in the other one. There was a huge revolution in terrain rendering when we had to shift to vertex buffer style stuff. So you had to work with chunks, and Thatcher Ulrich had a write up about how to do that, and the whole thing of putting skirts between areas and stuff. I do not believe I did anything special for the alpha tested leaves. You know, so the idea is you have a chunk and that chunk can LOD down, and it's hard to make it seam up with the neighbors. In this one, and maybe there's another one that I just don't know which directory it's in. Well, in this one, I use chunks that are the standard thing of the it's not based on the data in the chunk. You don't say, oh, like Nanite does. It's not simplifying based on the metrics of the actual data in it. It's just saying, well, it's a grid, and then we tessellate it down to a finer grid, and a tessellate down to a finer grid. So each chunk is just a regular grid. But the grid can edge collapse to the next grid size. Like it collapses the vertices down into one in a smooth, continuous way so that you don't see any popping. And the edges can be tessellated a little differently so that they match up with the neighboring chunk. So that's how this one works, I think. Unless it was a different one that I've forgotten. Maybe it's this one? Now this looks like it's... Yeah, this is something using voxels. That's the ones we just looked at. This is all stuff we've looked at. So, yeah, I don't know what to do about the alpha foliage problem. Alpha tested shouldn't be a problem, but it's the alpha blended that's the problem, right? So my current plan for this, though, is to go back to using rings surrounding the player the old way, because I have in memory a giant grid of all of the height field. So I don't need to work in chunks, world space chunks. So I can go back to just have a chunk that represents the terrain immediately around the player, and then another chunk that's a larger ring further out, a larger ring. And they still use edge collapsing. As you move, it collapses the vertices of the polygons that need to transition to the next LOD smoothly. But it just, you know, all very much simpler. Complicated to get that edge collapse stuff to work, and that's totally optional. Although you want to avoid, you still want to have the LODs match up. Maybe you could have the high res one collapse Wait, yeah, you have to. You could try to make the low res one have extra vertices that match up, but then you're just introducing extra complication where it's much easier to just have the edges collapsed to match the outer ring. So yeah, that's the plan. I think we'll stop the stream now. If anybody has any questions, go feel free. Questions not about what we're just talking about, anything. Sorry, yeah, that's what all the modern graphics work is doing for this kind of problem, as far as I know. Do you mean using AI to optimize weights or whatever, or just using powerful math, like doing deep learning kind of math? I guess is what we're saying. But I mean, you're training the filter weights by feeding in data in an AI type of way to learn filter weights. I guess it's not really AI because it's not dependent in the same way. It's just training. It's like training a what do you call it? Super scaler. So what's the thing where you upsample and fill in missing data? Um, and you can train that based on real world stuff, and so it kind of is learning, not to the extent where it's learning, oh, this is a head, I'll fill in an eye, but no, DLS is a specific one. I've meant what's the generic term for the idea of smart upscaling. um but yeah, and so it makes sense that, yeah, the way you do that is you just, you don't have that many layers like an AI that's trying to understand and recognize stuff. I know the newest stuff they're doing actually does do that, but there's like there's this good version of it where it's just like, this is what we tend to find in natural images. It's, well, super sampling is something totally different. Super super resolution. That's what it was called in the old days. So yeah, doing that by where in the end what you output is a relatively simple method for upscaling, but you did it by this incredibly intensive training. And obviously, as you add more layers, you'll get better results. But the idea is that you could maybe get good results without being so crazy deep as LLMs and generative AI. Anyway, long boolean. I will be posting this on. I guess, will I be posting this on? This one is kind of a weird one to post. I guess I should post it anyway. Yeah, I'll post it to you too. Do I have any idea when you'll be streaming next and whether you'll be working on this project? This project will definitely be it's my intention to work on most streams. Do I have any idea when I'll be streaming next? No, I have no idea. I only just got this idea, the fact that I might be able to stream 2 days ago, and have obviously just set this up today. So I haven't had enough time to really plan around it. But we'll we'll see. I don't even want to say. Oh, what is screen behind me? It was some kind of hex thing, but I don't think it was the hex thing we were just looking at with the texture stuff. Although exactly, maybe it was. Maybe that was me trying to remember because I did this 8 months ago. It was me trying to remember how it is that you only need 3 samples. Like I was trying to reconstruct what the rule for that was. But the triangle is drawn off center for that. So maybe I was looking at some other problem with hexes. I don't actually remember. I bought this whiteboard explicitly because, let me see if I can find the link. I was going to do a thing where I tested a whole bunch of different strategies for doing hash tables. I never actually did it. And this link is a list of the possible strategies that I was thinking about. I think I actually implemented some of it, but I just never actually tried to test it. And what I discovered was that even, I guess, is it Milton? There's various drawing on your computer tools for quickly sketching stuff. Even with all those tools, I found that writing on a whiteboard at work was the fastest approach that I had to doing that kind of stuff. So I don't actually use the whiteboard very often for thinking for myself. I did this work on atmospheric scattering for views from space, which is all written up. I just need to go through a final pass and do some final cleanup to post it. It's been done for like 2 months. And I knew I wanted to put some diagrams in it. And I remembered that when I'd done this hash table thing, that it had just been so much easier to draw on the whiteboard than to try to use a computer program. Yeah, because like my mouse drawing is too terrible. Maybe a Wacom tablet. I do have one somewhere, but I never got used to it, never got comfortable with it. So just drawing on the whiteboard is the fastest approach for me. So that's why I have the whiteboard. And it happens to be in a place, even though I was just taking photographs of it. I didn't need it to be on the stream for the paper, for the article that I was writing. But the best place I could find to put it on a wall anywhere happens to be right where I'm streaming. So I will have it there and can always use it when I'm streaming, which is a nice bonus. Okay, I think that's it. Any last question? Oh, it's the scheduling. So yeah, I can't even tell you. I'm sorry. So until I hit a regular schedule, which is not going to be for a long time, if ever, sorry. It could be in 4 weeks that I'm on a, it could be 2 weeks I'm on a regular schedule, but I ain't promising anything. So until I am on a regular schedule, I cannot tell you in advance when I'm going to be streaming. But they will all be on YouTube, so if you ever feel like you need to catch up because you missed one or two. However, if I ever get really serious, I will be programming off stream, and so the streams are not going to be coherently continuous the way the OBBG streams were. It's not everything probably there. I'm sure I've seen the Sebastian, well, I don't know how his last name is pronounced. Lagu? I'm sure I've seen those videos because I've seen lots of his videos, but I do not remember the details. But yeah, so and the stencil big buffer. No, but the classic thing is MFCA has alpha to coverage, so you get, say, 4 subsamples per pixel that you're using to do anti-aliasing of edges, where most pixels you just write the same color because you're covering that pixel, so all 4 samples get one color. You don't bother computing color for the 4 subsamples. You got one color for that pixel, and you write to all 4. But at edges, you get boundary between 2 triangles, and you'll get colors from both triangles, and then at the end, you average them, and you get to work. So alpha to coverage, we said you compute one color, but if it's a transparent thing, you can say, hey, this is transparent 33%, and enable alpha to coverage. And the thing will say, well, I can only represent 0 to 4 samples, so I can do 0%, 25%, 50%, 75%. So the closest approximation is 25%, one sample. So I'll set one sample to that color randomly. I don't know how, I've never looked into it. That's the closest thing I can think of that would be to stencil buffer for transparency. That's not stencil buffer. That seemed interesting and similar to what you were talking about. Okay, any last questions? Oh, one other thing about scheduling is I will probably try to only be streaming during the day of West Coast USA. I normally keep really random hours, and that's inconvenient for this, but I also have to limit the noise I make after when it's late, and that's not normally a problem for my schedule because I'm not making noise. But if I'm talking to chat, I don't know how loud that is. It's weird how noise complaints work here. So I don't really get noise complaints exactly. So I don't know for sure if I'm disturbing neighbors. So I just want to keep it to the safe hours to be on the safe side. And I don't know how I'm going to make myself stay awake for that. Maybe I'll have to actually, if we stream seriously, maybe I'll have to start setting an alarm and waking up at a fixed time. I don't know. I hate that idea, but all right, that's it. Thanks everybody for watching. Sticking around this long. There's still 100 people. And I'll see you next time, whenever that is. I will announce it on social media, and it goes live announce. Have a good one.